Thank you and good evening for joining us here for Thames Valley District School Board Junior Central Division Boys Football. It's between the Medway Cowboys and the Lucas Vikings. I'm John Urban, joined by Ron Ferwerda. Happy to join us hopefully here on Junior Mustangs TV. It's a Friday night fight under the lights. It's the 1-1 Cowboys versus the 2-0 Vikings. And no, we're not talking Dallas versus Minnesota tonight, Ronnie. It's the, town rivalry, if you will, between the Lucas Vikings and the Medway Cowboys. Simply put, your thoughts as we have the captains at midfield, and we're ready to go for Friday night action.
Lucas is a big physical team. They've got a lot of skilled players, a lot of speed. Medway being a little bit younger of a team, a lot of grade 9 kids, a lot of talent there. 1-1 for the Cowboys, 2-0 for the Vikings. Home field on the homecoming, it's going to be a tough game.
40 points forward, 50 points against for the Cowboys so far in 2019. As to the Vikings, though, 66 points forward, 31 points against. Now, the Vikings are coming off of a 37 to 6 victory against East Elgin. That was last Thursday on September 26, whereas the Cowboys are coming off of a tough 38 to 26 loss to the Banting Broncos. That also happened last Thursday. In that loss, McNair had 2 touchdowns. Gustafson and Coughlin also had 1 each.
Yeah, and the other thing is I was talking to the coaches before the game. Coach David Hessel, he said that they turned the ball over a couple times in the red zone, so they look to correct those type of mistakes in this type of game. Again, logistically, these are 2 very, very close schools. They share the same district. A lot of these kids have played together at the minor level, junior Mustang level. I'm really looking forward to an exciting game.
Yeah, Uncle Rico could chuck a football from one school's field to the other in the Forest City. The home team wearing their navy blue uniforms and buckets, a little bit of that baby blue on the buckets, and then white socks and numbering. And then the visitors, those Medway Cowboys, wearing those illustrious red uniforms, white buckets, and trim along with the numbering. A healthy crowd here at AB Lucas, as it is a late afternoon turned evening here in the Forest City. We already reached our daytime high of 15 degrees. We expect light gusts coming from the northeast direction, and that will be roughly about 20 kilometers an hour. That shouldn't play a factor at all in the kicking team, as it will be Lucas booting it away to the Cowboys to start off this Friday night fight.
Yeah, and again, wind's not really going to be a factor, but one of the things that when we were coming across here, the field is a little damp. We did get a lot of rain the last couple days, so look for field conditions to be a priority in this game.
Approaching the pigskin will be Adam Wojnowski. They're actually going to try and trick it to the 40, but it's caught by the Cowboys. Great special teams play out of the gate by Zach Vander Vieken. I mean, if he doesn't get that ball, it gives the Lucas possession early.
Well, again, it's you're trying to create the extra possession at the beginning of the half, going with the short kick. Good job. He attacked the ball in the air, maintain possession, and the Cowboys are in business at the 45.
I want to throw out this point right away with the setting sun at the back of the offense. Will that play difficulty for the defense, specifically with the aerial assaults?
Yeah, it's going to be a factor. Again, the later the night goes, when the lights come on, a lot of these kids are not used to playing under the lights as well. So tracking the ball during the dusk time and at night, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a different situation for these kids.
First offensive play of the game. It's Horton taking the snap. They're going to hand it off to the running back to the left side. He's got the first down, and it takes, a boat full of Vikings to bring them down to the green here at AB Lucas.
Just a little power play off the left-hand side there, just running basically a straight ISO. Fullback leads across, picked up the linebacker. Good job of gaining about 15, 20 yards on that.
Melvin Susmasi, we're going to have to learn his name in an awful hurry, especially with the 12 yards gained on the first snap of the ball game. So do you go back to the well twice after having such success on the first play of this drive?
Well, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's always been my coaching philosophy. Let's see what the Cowboys got in mind here.
QB right behind the line of center. They do go to a run play again, this time to the right side, avoiding one tackle, stiff-arming his way through another. It's another first down as he's finally tackled out of bounds in front of the Lucas bench by number 39 and Cole Karp. But man, oh man, 2 plays, 2 runs, and 2 first downs for MT of the Medway Cowboys.
You see the replay there, a really good physical run. Blackson had a chance to make the play early coming up from the safety position, and doesn't wrap up right there. You can see him, he just doesn't quite get his hands across, going low. This is a fast kid, and again, now we see a little bit bigger of a package in there with the fullback.
To Massey, 2 plays, 2 first downs on 2 rushes. This is a pitch to Massey to the left side. Great defensive penetration, and it's going to be a tackle for a loss led by Harlan Luther. You know all about that young gentleman.
Now, Harlan Luther is a really high motor kid playing the defensive end. This time he gets unblocked off the edge. He's able to corral him down, throws him lost for about 6 yards on that, John.
Alistair McNair and Matthew McGuire coming into the game right now for the Cowboys. Subbing out will be to Massey, and why not? He had 2 straight first downs, but unfortunately, it was a tackle for a loss of 6 yards on that last play by Harlan Luther. So, trying to make up for it here on second down, they'll go to the run play again, their 4th straight run play of this game, and Lucas is starting to pick up on what the Cowboys are throwing down as Matthew McGuire was lucky to gain maybe 2 or 3 yards to the left side.
By the spot of it, he's just getting back. Well, they're giving him about a yard and a half, maybe 2.
Something again, a little positive, Ronnie.
Yeah, again, it's just your straight off tackle to the left-hand side is one of the basic plays in football. You just try to get your fullback leading onto a linebacker and run it like an isolation play.
It's Junior Mustangs TV. It's the Cowboys of Medway, the Vikings of Lucas. This is the junior game, by the way, the first of a doubleheader here on your Friday night with the seniors getting it all going at 8 p.m. Here's a play action, the first throw of the game. The intended receiver on the play was Alistair McNair out of his reach from the quarterback toss from Noah Harton. I like the play, coach, but the lack of execution cost them.
Yeah, just a little bit off. You saw a big block. They were showing the run. But this is what they're trying to set up, Medway. They're trying to run the ball, make a short, high percentage throw to the tailback, actually to the fullback in that position, and again, try to make a big play. After 2 first downs, though, Vikings show up with big on defense.
Jack Coleman comes out to punt this one away. They'll start from the 40. He's back around the 50, though, as the field positioning battle already begins between the Cowboys and the Vikings. But this is an important long snap to Coleman. Coleman with the boot. Gets it down to around the 5-yard line. Almost handled by Blackson. There's a flag on the play. Blackson to the right side. Eventually tackled around the 30-yard line. But if Blackson catches that ball cleanly, he could have probably done a little more damage.
Actually, I thought he did a good job. He waited for the ball. He didn't give up the single point. I think the flag we're going to have here is going to be an illegal block downfield. Again, great punt. I was really impressed. That was a 35, 40-yard punt there. Again, Blackson does a good job tracking it. This is what I really like. Rasheem does a good job of pressing the corner. I wish he'd be a little bit flatter, though.
And one thing I'm not giving him credit for as that punt returner is that he's got to deal with the setting sun in his eyes as well. Great replays by our man, Adam Melrose of the Purple Kool-Aid production staff. Big shout-outs to our CEO, KJ Kedemy. We hope he is doing well and resting up after, a bit of a mean hit that he took earlier this week. We love you, KJ. And, it is the Lucas Vikings' time to shine on offense, their first offensive play of the game. After seeing 4 rushing plays, 1 pass play by the Medway Cowboys, resulting them having to punt the ball away. The Vikings will go to the rush here, and this is going to be a big gain down the near side. Hustle and muscle. Alex Brown, what can Brown do for you? Eventually, he'll be tackled down to the turf at midfield by Chris Fersman. But wow, Alex Brown, first play, huge yardage, a gain of 40-plus yards on the play.
This is a monster block. Vikings do a great job of collapsing the line down. Fullback kicks out, but there's no one to kick out, and then he's off to the races. A great scamper of about 45 yards.
And I was talking about the battle of field positioning. Well, Brown blew that right out of the water because on one play pretty much equals where Medway started their first drive of this ball game. So, do you go back to Brown? Does the UPS package have a little more steam in his boat?
Well, I think you got to do something like that. Again, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
So the quarterback, Pierce, this will look like a bit of a broken play, and he'll be sacked. It's a Cowboy sandwich about 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Frustrated on the play is Pierce Smith, and on my game notes, I'm supposed to talk about how great that offensive line is on that play, though. Great penetration by the D-line of the Cowboys.
Yeah, you got the left end, number 60, coming clean off the edge there. I think this is a missed assignment by the running back. You can see he left a little bit early there, fakes the inside ISO, and then all of a sudden there's nobody there.
In the Vikings' 37-6 victory over East Elgin last Thursday, Harrington, Brown, Blackson, and St. Juste also had 2 touchdowns in that game. All had majors in the contest. They go back to the ground assault, this time to the left side. They're going to make up what they lost on the sack. A little extracurriculars at the end of that play, but cooler heads will prevail.
Yeah, that's Theon Sapp, the grade 9 kid who played all summer with us for the Mustangs as well. Again, really physical runner. A good job. He got about, you're looking at a 3rd and 9, so he got about 8 yards on that carry.
So one dangerous running back comes out, and another one goes right back into work, and that's Mr. Brown here, and Alex Brown for the Vikings. Their quarterback, though, Pierce Smith, right behind the center, and Jared Foreman takes the snap, hands this one off to Brown. Brown to the right side, has to get to the 35-yard line. I mean, he's close, but I think he's about a yard or 2 shy here, Mr. Ferwerda.
Yeah, this is just that off-tackle play to the right-hand side this time. Again, the Vikings do a good job. Really good block out there by number 52. Is that Foreman? I'm just checking my roster here. No, that is...
It's Tawari.
Tawari. I think he's lining up at guard. He does a great job of pulling out front and trying to pick up somebody at the next level. Again, Brown does a good job of skidding out to the edge, but it is going to be a 4th down. The Vikings look like to be going for it.
Big play from the Cowboys, 37-yard line, as they will be going for it, or at least that's what they're showing here with their quarterback, Pierce, once again lining up right behind the center in Foreman. Do they go to the run? A big boy package coming to the left side. They're going to get the 1st down here, Ron, and that's exactly what they wanted out of the play. Getting it to fruition is Nathan Harrington on the drive.
Yeah, this is just a little rocket motion. They swing the slot back around, almost like a full house power look by the time you settle it down. And again, just running off the left side, off that big tight end. Look at the blocking downfield there by the tight end. And again, untouched for a gain of about 6 yards before he makes contact.
Time flies when you're having fun. Only 5 minutes remaining here in the opening quarter of play. Still looking for our first score, as 5 offensive plays resulted in a punt for the Medway Cowboys on their first drive, and Lucas driving right down the field thanks to this gentleman in brown, but he actually slipped there. Looked awkward at the 25-yard line, but he is back up on his feet.
Yeah, Harrison Chant is the linebacker there. You can see him just coming up. Does a really good job of filling it. Good form tackle, breaks down nice and low. Nowhere to go after yards of after contact on that. 2nd
and we'll say 7 right now for the Vikings, as their offense again continue to roll on the ground deep into Cowboys territory. When you think they started this drive roughly all the way back at their 10-yard line, and I think back to their first offensive play of this game, it was a Brown run to the left side, which resulted in 45-plus yards. One thing I'm also noticing, no shotgun formation by the Vikings. They continue to line up right behind the center. It's another rush play, but it isn't Brown this time. The Cowboy doing the damage on the tackle is Harrison Chant. They're just trying to make out the running back on this affair for the Vikings.
That's number 35, Ryan McCaffrey, the fullback, lined up there. And again, just a straight dive play to the fullback. You can see this is what they're trying to hit last time, and I don't know if the fullback went to the right side or what was going on in that last play. But again, just a straight dive play, and they get a good gain of about 7 yards, looking at a 3rd and 1.
3.5 minutes remaining here in the opening quarter of play. Still goose eggs on the board here from A.B. Lucas on your Friday evening. Pierce, the quarterback, takes the snap, hands it off to Brown. Brown stutters to the left side. Eventually swarmed by a plethora of red uniforms, but enough for the 1st down as he moves the chains.
You see what the Vikings are trying to do. They're pulling one of their linemen across here. Number 60, the guard. So this is just basically a go. This is what the tight end's blocking down. They're almost running like a trap play on the outside, and they're kicking out with the guard, and they're just running behind there. Medway has not picked up that the tight end is on the one side, and you can see 25 is now on the right-hand side. I'm just going out in a prediction saying the ball's going to the right this time.
Storm Davidson, one of the coolest names on the Vikings roster, getting some further instructions, and you're right, it is going to the right side. It's Brown, past the 10, cuts back in, close to the end zone, and it is touchdown Vikings. What can Brown do for you? It's a 15-yard gallop into the end zone.
Really good job again. It's the same play. You're going to see the tight end blocking down, the guard kicking out, running right behind the guard, gets to some space. This is what I really like there. When he gets close to the end zone, squares his shoulders up, gets nice and low, and drives into the end zone. Really good physical run by the kid.
Braden Hessels with the tackle, but a little too late, as he already broke the plane for the first touchdown of this game, with 2:38 now remaining in the opening quarter. It's 6-0 now. Wisnowski lines up to kick the extra point, and he's good. And one note about Wisnowski, 5 for 5 on extra points in week 2, 4 for 4 on extra points in week 1. He's now 10 for 10, Ronnie. Perfect here in 2019 with the PAT.
You know, that again, it sounds like such a critical thing, but we look back on it 2 weeks ago when the Vikings played the Laurier Rams, and it was a really physical, hard-hitting game. Two very, very good football teams. It came down to the Rams were unable to hit the extra points in that game, and that was the difference in the 2-point victory for the Vikings.
Yeah, it was actually a 4-point victory, Ronnie, 29-25. But to further add to your point, 4 for 4 that night on PATs for Wojciechowski, as well as a Rouge. And like you mentioned, it's just 1 point. But you've been involved in games that come down to just 1 point, and those are the heartbreakers.
Yeah, the coaches love the 1-point blowout games, and they hate the 1-point heartbreaking losses.
Now, do the Vikings try and get tricky again? They don't. Now, do the Cowboys let this roll out of bounds? In fact, it loses steam. So having to pick this one up and head up north in a hurry is Matthew McGuire. McGuire finds a block, still moving left laterally, then tried to cut back in, swarmed by the Vikings, and Ron, a little bit of a shaking of your head at the end of that one, and I think I know why, because if he continued to that far sideline, I think he had a little more real estate to gain.
You got to trust what you see, okay? And this is what a lot of young returners do.
Right about here.
Yep, you know, again, he's got to press that up there. I don't mind the squaring up, but again, you're never going to score a touchdown. We talked about this on many, many broadcasts. You'd never score a touchdown running side to side. You eventually got to turn your shoulders up. I wish you would have done it a little bit earlier and had a little bit more pop in there.
So with 2:25 remaining here in the opening quarter of play, down 7-0. It's just their second offensive drive of the game for the Cowboys. There's a flag on this play, and they're going to go right back to the well here in Melvin's Tusmasi, and Tusmasi, to be honest with you, 2 big plays to start this game, 2 big first downs, but again, I think the Vikings have made their adjustments, and no flag, it's picked up by the officials.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get number 44 for jumping a little bit early, but when you look at back on the replay, he timed it up really, really good. They're bringing that backside linebacker and filling in there, and they're just playing gap control on the front side.
They credit Melvin's to Massey with about a half-yard gained on that one, so second down and long now for the Cowboys. It's a pitch play to Melvin's. Melvin's tried to go right through the tackle, but man, oh man, what a football play as he's congratulated by his fellow Vikings, and why not Josh Hutter? I wonder if any relation to Scott Hutter of the CFL.
Well, maybe, but this is a really good job. This is one thing I'm really impressed with at the high school level. The form tackling, these being some really solid contact in there. And again, not a lot of these kids are able to gain yards after contact. After you make the adjustment, you kind of figure the other team out. There's been some really hard-hitting teams out here.
Third down coming up here, and I mentioned Scott Hutter of Wilfrid Laurier Golden Hawk in the U Sports scene, a CFL product now, as the Vikings jump here, and I believe they get Jackson Etler, I should say, on this right guard.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, they're going to call a false start.
Wow.
Because the defense is allowed to reset, okay? So after he crossed, the guard jumped up. You can see right there.
Yeah,
unfortunately, that's what they're calling. So because of that little flinch right there, I don't necessarily agree with the call. I think he flinched.
Gabe Garrett gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
But I think he flinched because the guy across from him, the defensive tackle, also jumped a little bit and tried to reset.
Ron Ferwerda and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through this Friday night fight in its junior football action high school scene. And you can still see people still filtering into the field, a spectacle that is just great to see. Now they're going deep on this one into almost triple coverage. Great defense shown by Noah St. Juste. Just kind of shows you he's a two-way player. But I do like how Medway tried to take a shot here deep.
Yeah, you know, again, this is just a post pattern. You're trying to get the isolation out here. This is a really good job of the safety. Right there, just stepping right across the front of him. He's more the receiver on that play than the defender. That's a fantastic job by that young man.
I believe Matthew McGuire was the intended target on that last play. Checking off right now is Jason McInnes. This is a fourth down. So once again, we're going to get the second punt of the game. This one's going to bounce at the 50, take a returner's roll. But luckily for him, he's just going to fall on top of the ball, does the kick returner for the Vikings. And ironically enough, the Cowboys didn't give him enough yards there, Ron.
Yeah, Blackson's good football awareness there, just hopping on the ball, understanding because it's on the ground there, it's going to be the 5-yard type, so it's only going to be up 5 more yards. But again, you're starting a great field position, and again, the sun's setting a little bit now, so you're starting to see a little bit more shadow coming over the field as well.
And in 32 seconds, these teams are going to flip sides of the field as they will conclude the first quarter of action. It is a Brown touchdown. Alex Brown from 15 yards out, which is the scoreboard right now in a 7-0 game here from A.B. Lucas in the north side of the Forest City. And again, to kind of wrap up that earlier thought about Scott Hutter, oh yeah, he went to A.B. Lucas, so it all ties in. So he's going to redo the punt here, Ron? Or no, I apologize. It's just the safety way deep on this play. Pierce takes the snap, hands it off to Brown. Brown swallowed up by the defense, but refuses to go down right away. The original tackler by the Cowboys on this affair was Chris Fersman, but then he needed some help from his accomplices.
So what they did that time, the Vikings defense is in man cover. They bumped across. They almost bumped an extra linebacker out of there. You can see it right here on the replay. 21's tracking across. There's nobody inside. You only have one Mac backer in there. And if you only have one inside backer, you're going to run that play all day.
2nd and 4 for the Vikings. Last play of the opening quarter here, barring a penalty. Pierce sends 2 in motion. From the left to the right side. They got 3 boys there. It's a pitch play to the right side. Blockers for Brown to use. Brown needs 5 yards. Great penetration and a tackle, though, by Ben Manders. And Manders, I mean, he stepped it up huge on the defense.
Yeah, again, this is a really good job. You can see him doing the same thing. This time they keep the linebacker in. They pull the fullback out. Remember, 32 does a good job getting off that block. That's a fantastic job by the corner, getting off the block of the receiver, really scraping down, throwing him down for a really short gain. It looked like a really promising play early, though.
For all the Cowboys and Vikings alumni in the city, still come on down to A.B. Lucas. Not only do you have the junior game with 3 quarters left to go in this 7-0 tilt in favor of the Vikings so far, but later on, 8 p.m. scheduled for the senior games. This is a bit of a double dip. And oh yeah, if you can't make the game, quickly go to YouTube on your smartphones or PC desktops at home. And well, YouTube Junior Mustangs TV, we're live to air right now.
Again, thank you very much to KJ Kinnamy, Coach Melrose as well, the Melrose family, Lucas for allowing us to come out here, I hate to be the elephant, had to drop the elephant in the room. What could be the last set of football this year in London?
Yeah, we might get into that a little bit in the broadcast. It's a kind of a somber note to think about, though, with this ball being snapped from the 35-yard line. 3rd down, motioning from one side to the other is no juice. They are going to throw it. It is caught by the Vikings, and Jovan Ivanisevic. Now, Ivanisevic is tackled, but I believe, Ron, he'll be shy of the 1st down.
He's actually going to come back here, okay? You can see that this is a loss of about 4 or 5 yards.
It's a good thing he caught it then.
Great job by number 24 by the Cowboys. I'm just looking over the roster there. Braden Hessel, I recognize that name. David Hessel, one of the coaches, I believe there's a relation there. I actually coached David long time ago.
A couple moons ago, right?
A few moons ago, but again, we're looking at 4th down and 5. Vikings are going to go for it.
Yeah, they trust their defense, and well, I guess they trust their quarterback too, and Pierce Smith, who lines up right behind the center and Foreman, takes the snap. It's a pitch play, trying to penetrate is Theon Sapp. Sapp will look to get the 1st down here. So, wow, Coach, they go for the gamble. They go to Sapp. Sapp on the attack to the left side. Gets the job done.
Just that rocket motion, that jet motion over. You've got the overload going. 3 receivers plus a tight end. Again, Theon Sapp. Again, he's not even, there's nowhere to go. Like, there's no Cowboy defender within 6-7 yards of him.
And I believe it's Harrington and Gashana that really lay down the blocks to secure that 1st down yardage.
Yeah, again, really good job on there.
You can see the Cowboys defense. How can the Cowboys see right now with the setting sun at roughly 6:18 local time here in the Forest City? So benefit to the offense of the Vikings as they're trying to steamroll into Cowboy territory. It's another handoff to Sapp. Great lane opened up by the offensive line, and I believe Sapp has another 1st down in the bag.
Again, just a simple dive play. You're just running ISO here. Fullback leads, and Theon Sapp follows his fullback. Again, untouched for about 7 yards. But what I really like about Theon Sapp and when he runs the ball is he runs really nice and low, physical, and he finishes the run with authority.
Under 10 minutes remaining here in the opening half of play. Just one touchdown to speak of, a 15-yard gallop by Alex Brown, but Brown has had a handful of highlights trying to get the holy cannoli play of the game, courtesy of hot Italian sandwiches. And once again, the quarterback lining up right behind the center, a motion in the backfield from the left to the right side. They hand it off once again. This one's to McCaffrey, I apologize, not Sapp, but limited gain by the fullback of maybe 3 or 4 yards. Actually, I apologize, they gave him a good spot on that.
Yeah, again, they gave him a really good spot on that. What they're doing on that play is they're faking the jet motion on that. So this is what we call Joker. So you see number 3 scraping across there. They fake the handoff to him, just a little inside dive play to the fullback, again, trying to get the Cowboys to run themselves out of position. This time they do a good job of staying home. Gain of about 3 or 4 yards, though.
This is a Vikings team that leads the Darnell division over the 2-1 South Collegiate Institute. Here is another run to the right side. St. Juice getting close to the end zone, and he's in there. Touchdown, Vikings. Noah St. Juice. And another rushing touchdown for the deep, dark Navy Purple.
Well, this is the jet sweep. This is, I'm a little bit familiar with this play. Here it is. Turn around, just hand it to the guy at full speed. If they don't track, you get the advantage all the time on that. And again, this time they have the advantage because no one's tracking the jet. And it's the give and the take with this particular play design. I thought they'd give him a really, really generous spot from where I was. I thought he was down about the 1 yard line.
So 2 times the Lucas Vikings have gotten to the hot Italian red zone, and 2 times they've come away with a major. Already 10 for 10 on the season, make it 11 for 11 on extra points for Wojnowski. And just like that, it's a 14-0 game in favor of the home squad here with 8:47 remaining in the opening half of play. Again, though, this is a Medway squad that, they trailed the Banting Broncos, who have a 2-1 record, for first place in the Allen Division. Medway comes into this game with a 1-1 record. Now, not that it's imperative that they get the win today, but it sure would be nice because, again, it puts them right into first place company with the Banting Broncos. If they lose, Ron, they still technically have a shot, as they will finish out the season against Parkside and then eventually against Sir Wilfrid Laurier.
Well, and again, those are 2 pretty good football teams out there. Hate to say it's a must-win for the Cowboys, but if they want to make the A flight of the playoffs, they got to win a couple of these games. And again, knowing a couple of those Parkside kids, knowing a bunch of those kids on the other teams.
The Rams, yeah.
Yeah, that Rams team is big and physical. I'm telling you, who turned around and beat East Elgin today. I believe the final score was 37-14, but it could have been 47-0.
And they say to be the man, you got to beat the man. And, well, this is a Viking squad that went 8-1 in 2018 and won the Wassa Championship, as Wojnowski boots this one directly into the sun. Very high football IQ there, eventually recovered by the Cowboys and Harrison Chant. Chant, though, limited gain up the field, close to the 30-yard line. And I guess for the Cowboys, not only are you down by 2 possessions, but now they're starting further and further back into their own side of the turf.
Well,
or grass, I should say.
Yeah, we're
used
to the turf fields and everything. It's nice to see a game played on grass again.
And I think players enjoy it too. I know I did back in the day.
Yeah, it was always a highlight, especially
Of course, it used to be AstroTurf, and that stuff sucked, Ron.
That was like painted concrete back in the day, But again, the field's holding up really well for the amount of rain that we've had in the last couple of days as well. So, not a lot of traction issues so far.
And with 8:34 remaining here in the second quarter, the Medway offense goes back to work. It's a play action. Pass is completed, and trying to make his way up the field is Alistair McNair. McNair appears to be just shy of a first down, though. Maybe it'll bring up a 2nd and 2.
Yeah, we just got a little swing pass out here. McNair is a big physical kid. And this is one of the things that the Cowboys do have. They have a couple really physical runners. I know they like the stretch play. I know like that off tackle. But sometimes, you know what? You got to get your big boy on a smaller guy, let him turn his shoulders square and get some yards going.
So they've been pretty much a run-based offense so far in this game for the Cowboys, and they'll go back to the run here, needing 2 yards, and a great secondary effort to force his way past the 40-yard line, as it will be a first down for the Medway Cowboys.
Just that you're running ISO here. You're isolating the fullback on a linebacker. They're kicking out, and he turns around and just gets in there. He needed 3 yards. He got 4. It's a first down.
Yeah, the running back getting the job done. And it isn't Melvin Massey, who has been pretty much their bell cow to start this game. They go back to the run again, but this time the Vikings stuffing it down. Now they say the ball is loose, and the official is saying that it's Vikings ball. Coming away with the pigskin and celebrating with glee is Carter Thompson.
No, I think it's number 44. It's it is Carter Thompson. Sorry, again. So sometimes old people, their glasses don't work very well.
Well, I need to break out my glasses, and maybe we can see the replay one more time, but that was bang, bang. I just don't see where the ball came out, but to be honest with you, immediately a handful of Vikings said, we got it, and the official agrees with them.
Yeah, I think it was a strip coming down to the ground there, and again, the ball was coming out a little bit early. Again, good job penetrating from the defensive line. Coach Gary Gerard's got to be happy with that.
7:11 now remaining in the second quarter. The first turnover of this ball game goes in favor of the Vikings defense, and things kind of go from bad to worse for the Cowboys, who trail 14-0, and then, well, they can't get their offense going. They have their first turnover of the game. Pierce takes the snap. Pierce Smith trying to go deep. He has a man open, trying to catch it into the sun. Incomplete pass. Not only did the ball, I thought, sailed a little bit on the intended target, but like I said, he's got to deal with that setting sun that he's looking directly into.
That's a tough play at this time of the day. You know, again, he's looking directly in the sun, but he does the cardinal thing that I again, coaching receivers as long as I have, you gotta keep moving your feet. You gotta keep grinding on this. He stops his route right there, and he's got the ball. You take one more step, and you got the ball, son. You know, don't stop running your route. It drives me crazy.
And I believe that's Braden Gishana that unfortunately goes right through the wickets. But again, a nicely thrown ball by Pierce Smith. And, he's going to pitch this one here. I thought almost a flea flicker coming, but eventually running off with the ball again is Alex Brown. And they needed 10, and I think they got 8 to the Vikings on this rush play.
Again, you're just motioning over. They're not adjusting. They're bringing the extra linebacker out, leaving only one guy in. Again, you're just picking up. It's just man blocking across. The Cowboys got to adjust to this. You know, I'm not sure what the adjustment's quite going to be that they have, but you're only leaving one linebacker inside. You're going to run off tackle all day on that, even though this is toss.
All these fantastic replays brought to you by Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. To be honest with you, Ronnie, probably gained 15 pounds with you this last summer just thanks to Hot Italian alone. It's that good. As the quarterback will snap the ball, it's another handoff to Brown. Brown only needs a yard. He's going to get that and more. It's a 33-yard scamper into the end zone. That could be the holy cannoli play of the game. It's the second touchdown for Brown.
Well, again, we see the motion coming across. There goes the linebacker tracking out. You see there's nobody in the middle of the field. When you get to the second level, that's a safety that's coming downhill there. And again, you've got to have a backer in there. I know that they're explosive. I know everything else, but they've got to make some type of adjustment on that, or you're just going to have this ball run down your throat all game.
And my math may be off, Ron, but not by much. Brown has to be close to the century mark in rushing yards here in the opening half alone. And once again, 12 for 12, perfect for PATs here in 2019, is the kicker in Wojnarowski, Adam Wojnarowski.
Yeah, again, a good job of getting the ball down and a good solid kick in there, good plant foot. Really good job there. And I'm really impressed with this ground game I've seen with the Vikings. You know, they're really playing small ball with it. But again, I hate to say it, I hate to be critical, but the Cowboys got to adjust to something on defense. If you don't have an extra backer in there, they're just going to run this play on you all day.
And I think, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, that deep ball shot to Braden Gishana earlier sort of almost even opened up the running playbook even more for the Vikings to allow that 33-yard gallop by Brown. And let's face it, Brown's talented and he's got speed, but he had to break through a couple tackles before turning on the afterburners.
He got nice and low through the hole, squared up, and was able to explode. But again, when you got to the second level, there just was nobody there.
So 21-0 for the Cowboys. They kick it all the way down to the 20-yard line. The kick returner trying to make his way up the field now, and Matthew McGuire. McGuire will be stuffed around the 35-yard line.
This is a really good return. He does a good job of catching the ball in the air and going straight upfield, following his blocks, make one guy miss, now square your shoulders and get north-south. I really like that return. Even though it's only 10 yards, he could have run to side for a whole lot more and would have had a lot less.
In the 38-26 loss to the Banting Broncos last week for the Medway Cowboys, McNair had 2 touchdowns. Gustafson and Coughlin had 1 each. And I ask you this question, after fumbling on their last offensive drive in their own territory, who's got to step it up on the Medway Cowboys roster here on this drive with time working against them here in the opening half?
What you got to do is you got to get back to what has worked for you in the past. You've got to, you're a physical run team. We've both seen that, in this game. They've got McNair at tailback now, and I think you're going to see some more power runs.
And, well, the coach asked for it, and they return the favor. In on the tackle for the Lucas Vikings will be Fraser McNary. It'll be a gain of roughly 5 yards for the Cowboys, and doing the damage on this occasion is Alistair McNair for the Medway team.
Again, good job for the fullback. I just want to give a shout out to number 23 there for the Cowboys. Does a really good job of opening up the running lane. What we tell our kids when we're blocking downfield is you want to present your backside to the back to give him a clear, decisive opportunity to make a cut off of it.
So going in behind the line of center is the quarterback, Noah Harleton. Harleton will pitch this one. Here's a chance for the Cowboys to do some damage. Matthew McGuire has the first down and more up to the 50-yard line of the Vikings, but hold the phone, Ron. There is a penalty, but this one appears to be going against the Vikings.
Yeah, they call like a hold or an illegal block or something.
I think it was an illegal block against the AB Lucas Vikings.
How can you have a block on defense, though? That's something that's just must be hands to the face or something like that. I'm not really sure. I'm waiting for the white hat to see the replay. I don't see where the foul was.
Here he's going to tell you it again here, Ronnie. So the penalty is going up against the blue team.
You can't have a block in the rear on defense. That's a clip. You can have a clip, but you can't have a block in the back because the defense is not blocking. I'm sorry. Sometimes I struggle with being anal about stuff like that.
If I wasn't worried about you with the ladder here, I'd say I'd put you in a zebra uniform and send you down there, Ronnie. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys.
Too pretty to be a ref.
As the quarterback will hand this ball off again to Alistair McNair. McNair, the big boy, rumbling. It'll be a gain of about 6 yards to the right side. So you said, go back to what has worked for you in the past, your bread and butter, so to speak. Well, the Cowboys go back to the rush, and they find themselves on the Viking side of the grass.
Again, make the first man miss, arm tackle. Make the second man miss, arm tackle. Big physical runner. Drives downfield. If McNair's gaining 5 yards a carry, I got news for you. I'm running this play into the rest of the half.
6:32 local time here in the Forest City in southwestern Ontario. A lovely fall evening here at Lucas High School. As it'll be Harleton, the quarterback, giving it once again to McNair. But again, McNair, wow, a bulldozer mentality to fight his way up to the first down marker. I mean, Alistair, more like all-star on that last play.
Yeah, again, it's just he's trying to run that same off tackle. He's trying to press the hole a little bit wider. I wish he'd come down a little bit more, but here's the physicality that you see with Alistair McNair. Again, after contact, he was hitting the backfield, and he dragged the tackler 6 yards for a first down.
Nah, they actually marked him shy. That's right, 3rd in inches. Now, is it safe to say you just go right back to Alistair here as he's the one back in the backfield? They do, but the Vikings read the play the whole way, and the man penetrating the line first to him is Aryush Tiwari.
Tiwari, number 52, right at the defensive tackle position, again, just comes right through and smacks him in the backfield. Again, with that particular time, I think I would have run dive or something, run like close to it. Everyone in the house knew exactly who was getting the ball on that. You could have come with a play action off that as well.
Shout outs to the medic doing double duty, not only working on the hand of Harrison Chand of the Medway Cowboys, but was also looking at one of the linemen, again, a really cool name in Storm Davidson, who's on a knee right now on the Vikings sideline. We'll have to keep an eye on him when the Vikings offense goes back out there. Now, a 4th and 5 situation here, and the Cowboys are going to go for it. Their first attempt at a 4th down conversion. A fake pitch. Harleton having to get rid of it. Incomplete pass. He threw it at the ankles of Paxton Coughlin.
He's being pressured by number 1, Jackson Earlt. Comes right off the edge here, and he's being pressured. He leaves his back. 44 does pick him up. Even if it's complete, I'm not sure he's going to have enough for a first down. here's what I'm starting to learn about the Medway Cowboys. I don't think they can push the ball downfield.
2:25 remains here in the opening half. It's a 21-0 game thanks to a Saint Juste run, as well as two Brown runs, including one from 15 yards out to start the game and a recent major of 33 yards out.
Yeah, that was an impressive run. Let's see what, with not much time left in the half, if the Vikings put one more on the board here, this could be a long, long afternoon.
How much do you have to credit, though, this great rush game by the Lucas Vikings, as we see checking into the game right now, to my point, and Addis DeCenzo. So I'll add this to the equation. The offensive line of Morley Thompson, Will Shoebottom, Storm Davidson, Nate Large, and of course the center and Jared Foreman. How key are those guys to open up the rush playbook?
Yeah, it all starts and finishes. Every run play, everything on the offense starts with the offensive line. If you don't have an offensive line, it doesn't matter how fast your guys are. It doesn't matter how far your quarterback can throw. If you guys can't block up front, you're not going anywhere, and it doesn't matter. So, again, everything in football starts with the offensive and defensive lines.
Now, the Lucas coach on this last play, and Wayne Grant, thought that there was a timeout, wanted to speak with his quarterback, but then the official said no, and they blow the play in. That was an interesting sort of game within the game there, Ron.
Yeah.
As we get motion from the left to the right side by the Vikings, it's a pitch play to the right side, trying to do damage as Sapp just gets wrapped and tackled. Nice job by Max Weir. I mean, it looked like he was almost about to let go of Sapp, but a secondary effort pulled him back down to the grass.
Again, they bump out. They've got the too high safety look on this, and now they start coming down. We had a missed block or two. If the receiver picks up that block downfield, Theon Sapp's got a long way to run on that. Again, he's trying to run a little bit wide still, trying to adjust from that minor game to the high school level. It's a speed change, a little bit different. He's got to just square up his shoulders and hit north-south a little bit faster.
2 minutes remains in the second quarter of play. Once again in motion for the Vikings is Nathan Harrington. Rolling back in the quarterback position is Pierce. Pierce was trying to find the open target and Jeff Newbern, and Newbern went completely undetected by the Cowboys secondary. If the quarterback and Pierce Smith hits him with the ball, there's some serious damage being done. Instead, 3rd and long.
You've got the motion over, and that's the tight end. All of a sudden, the tight end who releases, they'd gone 4 receivers on for the last couple of sets out there. All of a sudden, that time, they brought the tight end in, lined them up. Nobody picked them up in the out.
Checking in is Alex Brown, or AB, if you will, and checking out will be Theon Sapp. Sapp, who was tackled on that last play once again by the Cowboy in Ben Manders. And I apologize, I was saying Max Weir earlier. It was Ben Manders with the nifty hit. Looking at the wrong sheet there, Ronnie. As here will be a pass play. It's intercepted by the Cowboys. Ben Manders, it's a pick 6 all the way into the end zone, but hold the phone. There's a flag on the play.
Yeah, you're going to have roughing the passer here right away. This is an ill-advised throw by Pierce. Again, really like the kid. They pick it up right away. He jumps the route. He sees where it's going. 21 from the Cowboys does a great job of playing his responsibility, following the back and tracking it.
It's Chris Fursman that made the tackle on the quarterback in Pierce Smith, but to your point, Ron, Smith had already released the ball. There's no need for that. The interception, in theory, was taking place at the same time Fursman was finishing the hit on the quarterback. It's a unnecessary roughness against the passer.
It takes the 6 points off the board. Vikings maintain possession.
The momentum, Ron. Oh my word. I was just going to say we got a ball game on our hands, and instead the Vikings find themselves now on the 50 of the Cowboys thanks to the penalty yardage.
Again, you got to play smart. You got to play physical. But again, you've got to play smart. You got to recognize that.
So man, oh man, a would-be pick 6 by Manders goes for naught, and the Vikings now have another life at the Cowboys 50. 1st and 10. Pierce Smith takes the snap, fakes it to the right, but then gives it to the left to Brown, and Brown could go all the way. 20, 10, 5, end zone. It's a touchdown for Brown. It's a hat trick for AB, a 50-yard major, and the Vikings go up by 27, could be 28, with Wojnarowski already perfect, 12 for 12 in PATs this season.
Again, you're basically running the same play over and over and over again. There's no other linebacker inside. So that inside run, now again, Brown does a good job of turning turning back outside, reading his blocks and getting vertical. But again, you've got no linebacker in there. You've only got one inside linebacker. That's a tough stretch.
He was 4 for 4 in week 1, 5 for 5 in week 2, and he's already 4 for 4 in the opening half alone. Adam Wojnarowski, the kicker, making sure that every touchdown counts for 7, as now we have a 28-0 game for the Cowboys. And I think back, though, to the Manders would-be interception if it wasn't for the Chris Fursman roughing the passer penalty. I mean, we're talking about a 21-7 potentially ball game.
That's a 14-point swing within 2 plays. Within 2 plays, you got a pick 6, and then they turn around and they run that ISO inside. He breaks it off the backside, 50 yards, and look at that. It's 28. It's a 14-point swing.
It's just the first half alone, but I want to take you through Brown's performance so far. I mean, holy cannoli is an understatement. 15-yard rushing touchdown. 33-yard rushing touchdown. And that one was from half the field, Ronnie, or almost. I forgot we're in Canada. 50 yards.
Yeah, Brown's been an impressive runner. I really like his speed. I can see when he's coming through here with the coaches, like with the offensive coordinator Henry Point there. Again, we've got a good return here by the Cowboys. But again, you're down 4 scores. I'm not sure you can afford to play the small ball that they want to play. But, you know, I don't know if they have the ability to push the ball downfield. So this could be a long half here still.
86 seconds remains in this opening half of play in what is a 28-0 game for the Lucas Vikings over the visiting Medway Cowboys in a Friday night fight under the lights. This is TVDSB. That's the Thames Valley District School Board Central Junior Boys Football Week 3 action here on Junior Mustangs TV. Ron Forwerda joining yours truly, Johnny Urban. Happy to take you through this action. And oh yeah, double header. This is just the first of 2 dips, Ronnie, as we'll have the senior game at 8 p.m.
Yeah, the senior game, you've got the 2-0 Cowboys against the 2-0 Vikings. 2 very physical, hard-hitting teams.
There's a flag on this play as Harleton looked to go to the air. Instead, he is swarmed by the defense and sacked. I believe getting credited for this one will be Harlan Luther, but we'll have to see what the penalty yardage is.
Yeah, again, I think you got an offside call here against the Vikings.
It is.
Yeah, I thought 27 came a little bit early, but they're just bringing pressure off the edges right now, and they're just pinning their ears back and coming.
It's interesting because Josh Hutter, like you're saying, is the one that jumped early, yet it was Harlan Luther who stayed on side. That was the first one to get to the quarterback.
Well, Hutter squeezed them down. The quarterback was trying to come out to the left here. He squeezed him down and then just ran him right into Harlan Luther at the very end there. Harlan Luther is, again, for a grade 9 kid, he's got a really high motor, big physical kid with, good tackling machine. Made Team Ontario this year as well. Just a really fantastic kid.
So after producing 40 points in their first 2 games of action here in the 2019 season, looking for their first points here in week 3 are the 1-1 Cowboys with their offense back onto the field here in this 1st and 5 situation. Play action on the fake pitch. This is up in the air, intercepted by the Cowboys, and that coming away with it will be Rasheem Blackson, the INT, the second turnover of the game, one being a fumble, and now the Blackson interception.
This is an impressive turnover, okay? McNair goes up to get the ball on the little slip route there, and then what he does is off the tip, Blackson does a great job of tracking it, and then he double clutches it a little bit. We saw an interception last night in the
Seahawks. Yeah, he took the words right out of my mouth.
But again, Rasheem Blackson, he played a little bit of offense. He plays a little bit of defense. He's kind of a wild card kind of kid, really solid player. Really, really enjoy him. Again, had the pleasure of coaching him for a number of years with the Junior Mustangs. Fantastic interception. Really glad for him.
1:13 remaining in this half of play. Ron, you said that this could go long. It's starting to feel long right now as they're going to hand this one off to Brown, and I thought for a second there Brown might go all the way again. He's close to the first down, about a yard or 2 shy.
Yeah, again, just that straight off tackle play over to the left-hand side this time. They motion it over. It's just the ISO because the the Cowboys are playing that too high safety. You got to get an extra backer in there.
And it's a 2nd down and 1 here for the Vikings after the 9-yard gain by Brown. And just like that, the Vikings once again find themselves in the Mama's Hot Italian Kitchen red zone. They're already 2 for 2 in this game. 2 times they've been in the red zone, 2 touchdowns. Not too bad, Ronnie.
No, let's see if the 3rd time is the charm here as well.
So, Pierce Smith, once again, motion from the left to the right side by Nathan Harrington. They're going to hand this one off, trying to stutter step back in with Sapp. Sapp will be swarmed by a plethora of Cowboys, including Ethan Nagy.
Yeah, Ethan Nagy does a really good job of setting the edge on this, forcing him down, getting off his block. Right there, you can see him tracking. Right there, great job by Nagy coming down there.
So once again, a 28-0 ball game. If you think of just Alex Brown's performance, it's 21-0 for Brown over the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And that's got to feel pretty dejecting for the, well, red uniformed Cowboys offense. As once again, you see Harrington sweeping from the left to the right side, joining on the right side, Wojnarowski the kicker. They're going to the quarterback hangs onto this one, surprisingly enough. Fooled me and fooled the defense just enough to get the 1st down yardage.
This is actually a bobbled snap. He actually fumbled the ball off the quarterback center exchange. Had enough time to pick it up, missed the running back. They're trying to hit that off tackle play to the left-hand side to Theon Sapp. Pierce is, again, really smart kid. Follows the running back where the hole should have been, has an extra blocker, and picks up enough for the 1st down.
He's got to be lucky to be good to be lucky. That connection between him and his center, Jared Foreman, a little miscommunication there, yet a 1st down.
Yep, 1st down for the Vikings again.
So once again, Pierce Smith is going to look to throw this one. It is caught and getting off of one tackle, getting off of another, going into the end zone. Touchdown Vikings, a 15-yard strike, and I believe it's Nathan Harrington collecting the TD marker.
Yeah, we've talked about this ad nauseum on a number of broadcasts. The toughest route to cover in the Canadian game is that speed out. When you run the corner off and you're in man coverage and you can stick your foot in the ground and hit that out, it's a simple throw. It's a high percentage throw for the quarterback. And again, you just see him. He just runs the out, does a good job, makes the 1st man miss, 2nd man miss, and then he's in for a touchdown.
You want to talk about the Salt Bay getting sprinkled into the open wounds, Ronnie? That's the final play of the opening half, and Wojnarowski,
5 for 5.
Yeah, puts the exclamation point on that. This is a guy that came in 9 for 9 in the first 2 weeks of competition. He's now 14 for 14, a perfect 100% on the PATs, and you just mentioned it, 5 for 5 in the opening half alone, as the final play of the opening half is a 15-yard TD pass between the quarterback and Pierce Smith and Harrington. And what's kind of shocking to me is repeatedly on that last drive, they were using Harrington to sweep from the left to the right side, and yet it's Harrington sticking to the left side and getting the TD pass on the last play.
Yeah, again, it's so hard to cover that route. The speed out to the either the wide side or the near side. Again, it's an easier throw to the near side like they just did there. But this is a very impressive Viking team. You know, they're well coached, they're well balanced. I know Medway is a young team. You know, they graduated a lot of players out last year. This is kind of a learning year for them. It's a secular thing. But again, 35-0. You shout out to the Vikings on their homecoming weekend.
Is it safe to say, though, that in the second half of play, maybe even for the Cowboys as well, but I'm more referring to the Vikings, that we're going to see more of the secondary castmates? And when I say that, one person I'm hoping we get to see is a lady, number 14, Jessica Binns of the Lucas Vikings. It'd be pretty cool to see her in this Friday night tilt, as they're still waiting, by the way, to turn on the lights with the sun setting here in the Forest City.
Yeah, you know, again, I'm sure you're going to see pretty much midway through the third quarter them start rolling all that stuff out as, you know, we hit the halftime mark here. Again, really well executed play. I've kind of talked about ad nauseum about, you know, the Cowboys need to make an adjustment here pretty quickly, or, you know, this game's pretty much over as it is.
They put up 29 points in a win over Sir Wilfrid Laurier in week 1, 37 points in a win in week 2 over East Elgin. They have 35 points on the board at halftime here against the Medway Cowboys. It's the Lucas Vikings versus the Cowboys here on Junior Mustangs TV. For Juan Ferreira, I'm John Urban. We're heading into the halftime break. GIF, everyone. I am John Urban, joined by Ron Ferwerda. This is the Junior Mustangs live streaming here on YouTube, and it is the Thames Valley District School Board Central Junior Boys Football Week 3 action. It's the undefeated 2-0 Lucas Vikings hosting the 1-1 Medway Cowboys. And don't let your eyes fool you, folks. Yes, it is already a 35-0 game for the home team in the Vikings. How did we get here? Well, a 15-yard run by Brown, a 20-yard run by St. Juice, a 33-yard TD run by Brown, a 50-yard TD run by Brown, and then after a Blackson interception, a 15-yard TD pass between Pierce Smith, the quarterback, and Harrington, and that was the final play of the opening half that led us to this 35-0 score.
You know, again, it's been a really dominating performances on both sides of the ball. The Cowboys had a couple things early in the game. They've had a couple plays, flashes here and there, but just not a lot of consistency. This is a really good athletic Lucas team that we're seeing here as we see the lights being fired up here.
Yeah,
John.
almost 7 p.m. local time as the ball is kicked away to start off this second half of action. Not handling it cleanly, though, is Alex Brown. Brown eventually picks it up, runs to the near sidelines. He'll be tackled late, might I add, and that's the second penalty of the game. Or no, I apologize, it's 33, not 32. Alistair McNair will get the late hit penalty.
Yeah.
And if you recall, it was a foolish kind of hit on the quarterback by Chris Fersman in the first half that denied a would-be pick six by the Cowboys' Ben Manders.
You know, this is a double dipper. You know, you could have got him for a headshot, or you could have got him for a tackle out of bounds. Unfortunately, McNair's again a fiery kid. You know, we love to see the enthusiasm, but you got to know your presence. You got to know your awareness. This is a 15-yard play, which you should have had decent field position. Now the Vikings are going to be setting up about the 46-yard line.
Ron, you have a whole wealth of coaching knowledge. How do you settle down certain players, though, that, let's face it, play with that little bit of an extra gear in their belly, and then you add to the fact that it doesn't feel good to be being down 35-0 midway through a football contest, so I'm sure those players get that bad blood boiling. How do you calm them down and play with the engine that God gave them?
Well, you gotta reach out to them. You gotta talk to them. Sometimes you need to be stern with them, but you gotta talk to the kid and say, "Look, are you aware of what you did? Did you learn from that? You need to move on."
So the quarterback for the Vikings takes the first snap of the second half. It is, though, the black-up in Rasheem Blackson. Blackson hands this ball up, and a bit of a Mighty Mouse run. In fact, he never got tackled down to the ground. Sapp stayed on his feet. I believe they'll mark him down, though, after roughly 5 yards.
Yeah, again, just that. It's the same play. They're bringing the extra linebacker. They're not bringing the linebacker. Two high safeties. You're just running power off tackle or ISO. You know, you're gaining 6 yards. You're going to come back and run it again.
10:05 remains now in the third quarter of play. 35-0 for the Vikings, thanks to not one, not two, but 3 touchdowns by Alex Brown, the backup quarterback for the Vikings in right now, and Blackson. Blackson takes the snap, hands this ball off. Once again, appears to be Sapp, and some 34-on-34 violence, as it is Raja Samant that ends up tackling him in Sapp, but not before first down yardage.
Same play, motion over the trips, hit the play on the runs on the backside with the lead blocker, and again, it's not fancy, but it's really, really effective. And good gain of 10 yards by Theon Sapp.
You can't tell just now because it's roughly dusk here in the Forest City, but maybe they only paid for half the hydro bill, as only half the grandstand lights have turned on here at AB Lucas, and ironically, it's not the half that this drive is driving into right now.
And your player's out there. Number 14.
That's right. Jessica Binns is out there for the Lucas Vikings. Watch out for her on the near side, number 14. In fact, Blackson rolling back in the pocket. And you know what? It looked like he was trying to find Binns, but Zach Vanderveken, his second sack of the game, gets in there in a hurry.
And Vanderveken just comes, you can see him crouching down, just shoots right up the gap right away.
And welcome back to AB Lucas. We apologize for the technical difficulties as we temporarily lost power here. And go figure, as soon as the power goes off, things heat up as we missed a sap touchdown run by the Lucas Vikings to increase the lead to 42-0. And then boom, bang, like a boomerang, coming right back were the Cowboys and Melvin's Tumasi, we mentioned an awful lot at the beginning of this game with 2 straight first down rushes, shines his face here in the second half, but unfortunately, it looks like a flag against the Cowboys is bringing back what would have been a 100-yard Melvin's Tumasi touchdown run.
Yeah, unfortunately what happened was there was a legal block downfield. Again, for player safety and everything else, if the running back or the ball carrier is clear of the player, you can't come back and engage somebody after a 5-yard window. You can't come back and hit that anymore. And unfortunately, there was a gentleman who peeled back, laid up one of the corners, and
Coach Shrevers of the Medway Cowboys quite upset, and I can kind of understand his frustration at this point. His team was down 42-0. This is a team that was already denied a pick 6 in the first half of play because of an unnecessary roughness penalty against the quarterback in Pierce Smith. And this time, he saw his star running back in Melvin's Tumasi essentially go 100 yards down the far sidelines in front of all the hundreds of fans here at AB Lucas on your Friday night, only to be denied again by the flag. Now, the Cowboys will maintain possession, and they still find themselves in Vikings territory, but Ron, it's all the way back at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's what happened is the block was on the 20 when the ball carrier was on the 10, crossing it, and that's what they're getting. And I think they're going to call Alistair McNair on the foul, which is his second unnecessary roughness. So one more, and unfortunately, he's disqualified this game in the next one as well.
And again, if you're just joining us, we apologize for the technical difficulties. While we were temporarily off the air, Lucas Vikings got another rushing touchdown, their 5th rushing touchdown of the game, the first one by Sapp. And then essentially, Sapp got the touchdown, and then reciprocating it back just before we came back on the air appeared to be a 100-yard gallop by Tumasi, only to be denied by the penalty yardage. So back onto the horse, so to speak, go the Cowboys. Another rush by Tumasi, this time to the left side. He'll gain 15 yards, so I don't think this is a gentleman that likes to be denied as he hops right back onto the horse and gets a first down.
Well, again, it's just a straight-off tackle play. Really good lead block there by McNair. Again, we get to see some of the other younger Vikings come into the game at this point with it being up 42-0 because he wasn't having the success earlier in the game. They haven't made that adjustment. The other thing that we have to mention is there was a really, really great play. The Cowboys held them to a 3-and-out while we were away, punted the ball. Liam Hanna, number 6 for the Vikings, actually went and stripped the ball on the return. Yeah. He was lined up onside, stripped the ball. Vikings recovered. 2 plays later, Sapp went in for the touchdown. So big play by Hanna.
So it is a 1st and 10. The first time in this game that the Medway Cowboys find themselves in Mama's Hot Italian Kitchen's red zone, and they're going to get a touchdown too. But hold the phone. Another flag on this play. Is it a 17-yard TD strike, or does the penalty yardage again cost the Cowboys for a 3rd occasion on your Friday evening?
Well, I'm not. They got a false. It's going to cost them the touchdown. You got a false start on the offense here.
So Matthew McGuire's would-be 17-yard TD catch from his quarterback Noah Harlton goes for naught.
Yeah, I really like the composure. That was a great throw on that one. Unfortunately, I think what happened was they didn't have enough men lined up on the line of scrimmage.
So they had a would-be pick 6 taken back from a roughing the passer penalty. They've had a would-be 100-yard rushing touchdown from Tumasi denied from an illegal block. And now they find a 17-yard TD catch right here, folks, by the would-be receiver in Matthew McGuire. Well, another 5-yard penalty against the offense. That's the 3rd occasion that a massive play, 21 points, Ron, has been denied for the Cowboys. They'll go back to the run here and trying to struggle his way up the field, I believe, is Paxton Coughlin. And Coughlin may have gotten the yards back from the previous penalty.
Yeah, just a straight dive play to the fullback. Gain of about 6 yards on that. Got a little bit, got I think they're giving him 7 by the spot. And again, really solid run there. Just a straight ISO or dive play with the run in there. So nothing complicated here.
Brings up 2nd and 8 for the Cowboys, wearing their red uniforms with white numbering, trim, and buckets. In their dark navy blue home uniforms with buckets and a little bit of that baby blue on the bucket shield are the hometown Vikings. Now a big football play here as Matthew McGuire takes a lick by the Vikings. Look at it here on the replay, Ron.
It's a jet sweep coming right across, and there is 91 coming up on the defensive end position. We're trying to grab the number for you. It's Matthew Peters. Big, tall kid, really athletic. I really like this kid's motor so far.
As again, you're seeing that mean hit by Peters on the Mama's Hot Italian replay. As once again, it is the Mama's Hot Italian red zone drive right now by the Cowboys, and they're trying to remain just like the Vikings were perfect in this game. They want to be perfect in at least 1-for-1 run, and I don't know if this flag's going to help them.
No, unfortunately, you're going to have procedure on the offense here, so we're going to go back 5 more yards again. We're going to have about a 3rd down and 14 there. I think you come back to that post pattern.
How much is this, though, Ron, about mentality and where the Cowboys lie in this game, down 42-0, and how much does this kind of reflect on coaching? Because let's face it, they've driven themselves into the red zone for the first time in this game, and now, like a 6-shooter, they're just repeatedly shooting themselves in the foot.
Well, talking to Coach Hessel earlier before the game, he said this was part of the problem that they had last week. 200 yards and penalties is what they had, plus they had 3 turnovers in that loss to Banting, so we're kind of seeing the same pattern happening again.
Noah Harleton hands it once again to Melvin Massey, and that once again is going to go nowhere. It'll bring up a 4th down, and with them roughly at the 20-yard line, do you go for it on 4th down 42-0, or do you kick a field goal to get some respect on the board, Ron?
No, I think you go for it here. You got to have something because you got to finish something positive here. I know a field goal. We
get
joke
the
around.
goose egg off the board.
Yeah, but this is for a high school level on a night game. You're talking about a 27, 28-yard field goal.
Noah Harleton takes the snap. They're going to hand it off to Massey. He's going to go to the right side. There's a flag on this play. Massey appears to be close to the 1st down marker. But this one could be coming back yet again because of a penalty.
Yeah, it's coming back on a holding call on the offense. I didn't see the number out there. But again, look at really good job by a couple backup players in there. Hannah, and I missed the other kid who was coming across of holding on, really struggling to make the tackle there. Really good job in there. And again, we thank Mama's Italian Hot Sandwiches for the tray cannolis and cream puffs and sandwiches up here.
And Alex Brown, I think on that 50-yard gallop in the first half was the holy cannoli play of the game. That's right.
No question there. Again, this is a really solid ball player, really solid kid.
Really cool setting here on your Friday evening from the Forest City, the north side of the city, if you will, here at AB Lucas. I see some contingency from the Medway High School here in the stands, as well as tons and tons of Vikings, young and old, out there on the hill. The school side of the hill, might I add, just taking on this action. And I believe what they're going to say here...
So they're going to decline the penalty, but they're going to say he was short of yards to gain.
Wow, so Vikings are going to get this ball back on a turnover on downs, essentially.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So it's going to be 1st down Vikings at about the 10-yard line. So he was short by about 2 yards, I'd say. Again, it would have come back on the holding anyway, but there's that procedure call coming back to bite you in the butt.
And that actually, I believe, will be the final play of the 3rd quarter with the score 42-0 for the Lucas Vikings. It is the Vikings and the Cowboys flipping fields here for the 4th and final quarter. And for one team, I'm sure you got most of your secondary castmates out there thinking, hey, maybe this is my chance to get my first touchdown of the season, or to make a name for myself and make the coaching decisions even harder as the season continues.
Yeah.
But for another team, I'm sure you're thinking, hey, man, can you warm up the bus and let's get out of Dodge in a hurry?
Well, you want to finish it. If you're Medway, you want to finish strong. You want to get some positive momentum going into next week. If there is a next week, we kind of hinted at that earlier. For the Vikings, these are valuable reps for most of these kids that are in this game right now are grade 9 kids or first-year players. These are valuable reps that these guys are going to use for years down the road.
1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line. The Vikings offense goes back to work, as this will be split over to the left side, trying to get some blocks. And one thing I'm noticing as this game progresses, we're seeing more and more appearances from the orange penalty flags.
Well, you're seeing the frustration in this game. It's a 42-0 score coming out of these kids too. Their pride, they've got pride, they're athletes. They want to keep grinding, they want to keep playing hard and everything. I'm not sure what the flag was. It is coming against Lucas. Maybe a hold downfield or an illegal block. I'm not really sure exactly what the call was. I missed it.
Checking into the game is Jessica Binns as well as Jovan Ivanasevic. And checking out of the game quickly will be Kyle Mahone, I should say, and Braden Gishana.
So again, you're starting to see a little bit more of a rotation coming with some of these kids. Again, valuable reps, valuable game time experience. Practice is wonderful and you get your reps in practice, but there's nothing like game reps. There's nothing putting on your uniform, and especially on a homecoming night, under the lights, this is what these kids dream of.
1st and 15 from their 5-yard line. It's Blackson with a handoff, and having some real estate is Sapp. 1st down and more, sprinting through midfield, eventually tackled almost right in front of us, Ronald, right at the 50-yard line.
Yeah, don't call me Ronald, first of all. Second of all, that was a great run off tackle on the left-hand side here. Yeah, Theon does a really good job of getting nice and square. They rotate over. There you see the bump, opens up the inside hole. Theon makes the first man miss, second man miss. Now he's off to the races there. Again, a good 45-yard scamper by Theon Sapp.
Can I call you Cliff Ronning?
I can do with that.
All right. Ball's at midfield, 1st and 10. And we see some substitutions here as Sapp, who had that big play, is actually coming off of the grass. And going in will be, I believe, Brown, actually, of all people. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of shocked. He's already had a multiple touchdown performance in the first half alone. Why not let your workhorse rest? As he'll motion to the right side. This is a draw right up the middle, breaking off of a tackle and close to the 1st down. And man, especially for the Vikings here in this second half, even the plays that seem like they're going nowhere, as you see on this replay, seem to just continue down the field.
What you're seeing is some of these kids for the Vikings getting tired. They're starting to arm tackle a little bit more rather than wrapping up and finishing their tackles, which we saw earlier. But again, great dive play by number 33 there, Johnny.
Kea Mavuti checks into the game. Jessica Binns checks out, or Binns, I apologize, as we do have a 2nd and short situation at midfield here for the Vikings. It's officially a Friday night fight under the lights here at AB Lucas against the Red Cowboys and the Navy Blue Vikings. No, we're not talking about Dallas versus Minnesota here on Junior Mustangs TV on your Friday evening. As the quarterback in Blackson takes the snap, hands this ball off. It's to the left side. Brown breaks off of one tackle, eventually sandwiched by a couple Cowboys, but not after a gain of 13 yards.
Well, again, I thought they'd come back with the fullback or something like that. I'm not sure why they got Brown in there running him at this point in the game.
He could be going for some sort of record, though, Ron. That's one thing that we don't necessarily have our fingertips on, or some of this school record books. And to be honest with you, this is a guy, again, that had over 100 yards rushing in the first half alone, a 15-yard strike, a 33-yard strike, and a 50-yard tussle.
Yeah, back in the day, I remember a couple running backs that were pretty good by the name of Jeff Mitchell and Richard Thompson that would probably have something to say about single-game rushing records and stuff like that. But again, he's having an impressive game nonetheless.
And I'm just trying to figure out, like you though, Ron, how is he still in this game with it well out of hand with a 42-0 score? As motion here from number 40, and that's Jeff Newbern. Newbern to the left side as Blackson rolls back in the pocket, throws it to Newbern. Newbern with the catch, 1st down as he's knocked out of bounds around the 30-yard line.
That's a big hit by number 25 for the Cowboys. Again, what you've got here is you've got that same ghost pattern that I've talked about on many, many occasions. It's the speed out. You can see number 40 in the slot position here, tracking from the right to the left, pats him, sets up. Now you've got the out. You've got the double runoffs happening there, then the speed out. But look at the finish here, right here. Boom! That's a kid that's still out there competing. Number 25 for the Cowboys. Big hit.
And not to point fingers, but if number 19, Kea Mavuti, lays a block there, he's potentially going all the way.
Yeah, potentially. But, again, that was again, we're trying to be positive for both schools here and everything else. That was a big hit from the safety, as we now see 2 linebackers inside finally.
2 weapons to the right side for Blackson, who lines up behind the center. Now make it 3 weapons to the right side as he pitches the ball, and Brown heads to the right side. Side swipes 1 tackle. He's wrapped up. The ball comes loose. Recovered by the Vikings, and I believe diving on top of the pigskin was Wojnowski, number 15.
Yeah, it looked like it was number 15 on the recovery there. Vikings do get the ball. We just see the replay here. Just a toss play to Brown. I'm not sure, again, not sure if there's something wrong with Sapp, why he's not in there running the ball. Again, they did have a good rotation going in the first half, but at this point in the game, I'm not sure why you're running your stud running back.
And it was Josh Hutter, actually, the man that recovered the loose pigskin, to the, well, delight of the Vikings fans here, with 6:07 remaining in this football game, live on Junior Mustangs TV. Blackson takes the snap, hands this one off, and it is the aforementioned Josh Hutter who sort of slips about 5 yards into his rush to the left side.
That's the first time we've actually seen a traction issue on there, but that's one of those things. He's trying to cut off his outside foot and come in rather than cutting off his inside foot. So again, a little bit different. He's trying to push off the outside. You can see it right here, right there. You can see that kind of slip. He's trying to push off his outside foot. That's going to give way every time.
See, talk about that old school baseball mentality, Ron, but I think back to when the Cowboys were in the hot Italian sandwich red zone. I would have just kicked that field goal. That goose egg is going to haunt you tonight if it stays there. As once again, Blackson, with a plethora of weapons to the left side, hands this one off, and now making his way up the field with Wojnowski. Wojnowski, the kicker of all things, breaks back in after gaining the first down yardage to the left side.
Okay, I'm asking Coach Melrose to get this back up here because I want to show you the block here by number 14. John, you've been calling her name all day. Look at this block here. This is a fantastic job of sealing and walling. All you're trying to do is give the running back a decision. Give him the outside lane. Let them make a decision off that. That's a fantastic job by that young lady.
Not allowing Blake Baker, of all people, to penetrate into the zone and to break up that Wojnowski run to the left side. So once again, into the Mama's Hot Italian red zone right now goes the Lucas Vikings. By my math, they're perfect in this game so far. 3 trips, 3 touchdowns, as you sprinkle in a 33 and a 50-yard strike from way beyond the red zone territory from Alex Brown. So Blackson takes the snap, is going to hand this one off, but a plethora of Cowboys are there in a red uniform to swarm them up.
Yeah, Sapp tried the off-tackle play on the left-hand side this time. This time the Cowboys are having nothing to do with it. You see a little bit of just a lead power play, and again, that we didn't maintain the block on the outside there by the left end. Missed the number of who it was. I thought it was number 64. Not 100% sure.
3:55 remains in this football contest from A.B. Lucas here on your Friday evening. And oh yeah, this is the first of a double dip with the seniors game slated to kick off at 8 p.m. this evening. The junior team for Lucas Vikings looking to improve to a perfect 3-0. Here's a rush play to the right side. An excellent block gives Sapp some real estate. Trying to dive towards the end zone.
It's going to be short about the 2-yard line.
Just shy as he dove towards that near pylon. And Sapp was looking for his second rushing touchdown of the game.
Yeah, again, you shouldn't have this type of explosion in football awareness for a grade 9 kid. This is what I really like right here. He gets north and south, and he's a great finish on that. Really good finish. Dives for the end zone, but just doesn't quite get there. As you see, we're about the 1.5-yard line.
I want to quickly give a shout out to A.B. Lucas's athletics team for not only allowing us to use their booth, as well as their staff that does the stats, scorekeeping, and PA normally from this booth. They've been kind to move aside to allow Junior Mustangs TV to sort of take over here as, well, we take up some real estate, Ronnie. It's all those cannolis, I tell you.
Well, you know, like I said, when an old fat guy says something, you got to listen, and I'm an old fat guy, so...
Ears are wide open, Ronnie. As Blackson right behind the line of center, he's going to hand this one off to Sapp. Sapp looking for a second taste of the end zone. And according to the near official, he is denied. What a tackle.
Number 24?
I think it was Ben Manders, but it could have been Braden Hessels as well.
Yeah, it's Hessel, number 24, that actually does a really good job of coming down and tackling on this. He fights off the corner position, coming up right. Unfortunately, we don't see it. 24 and 21,
yeah, so it is a tag team, actually, ironically, between Manders and Hessels.
A little demolition happened there, a little bit of axe, a little bit of smash.
2 minutes remains in this game, and it's a 42-0 contest. Lucas definitely doesn't need to score here, but, I mean, they're breathing on the end zone. You think you got to get it there.
Well, again, you're trying to get some touches for some of these other kids in there. It'd be a great opportunity to see someone get a touchdown who hasn't got one. Again, especially in front of this big crowd on a Friday night.
Blackson once again right behind the line of center. Snaps the ball. It's a QB sneak. Blackson pushing his way through. Touchdown Vikings. The QB sneak by QB2, Rasheem Blackson.
Yeah, Sheen Blackson, just a straight QB sneak, gets right under the center. Everyone just drives forward. You can see it right here. You got zero splits, or what I call Frodo, on the inside, almost foot to foot. Look at the explosion coming from the offensive line. The right guard in the center gets right in that little crease in there, tucks inside for a nifty little touchdown.
You couple the fact that he had an interception earlier in this game. Now he gets the TD run from the QB position. Not a bad evening at the office for Mr. Blackson.
No, again, really good, really solid game by Rasheem, and he had the interception earlier as well in that first half.
And once again, 7 for 7. Make him 16 for 16 on PATs. And I know a lot of football semantics will look at this and go, who cares? It's a PAT. Well, I mean, you got to make them number one, and sometimes games come down to 1 or 2 points. Last time I checked, those are PAT worthy.
You know, ask the Patriots how important a kicker was last weekend in Buffalo. If you're watching that game, as we see one of the best kickers in the game, unfortunately, Gostkowski, go on IR this week.
And we saw
pushed an extra point, missed a field goal. Again, it changes how you call things as a coach.
Anytime a team loses, you think about that game last night with the Seahawks.
Yep.
Anytime a team loses close, it seems like the kicker's the first one to get chucked under the team bus leaving the stadium.
Everyone loves to harp on a kicker, but if you don't have one, you don't have much. I'm saying that. I've said that for years. You've heard me tell you that before, John. You know.
Well, I saw Football Canada Cup games come down to the kicker. We saw OPFL championships come down to the kicker.
Yeah.
And why not some Friday night fights under the lights in high school action? No, this one's not coming down to the kicker, though. 49-0 for the host, AB Lucas, over the Medway Vikings. As this one is kicked right in front of the Vikings bench, taking it on a one-hop are the Vikings kick returner, and he's smothered, and that's Kieran Naughty grabbing the pigskin for the guys in red.
Naughty does, this is a really good job because the ball's kind of in no man's land. He's in a deep returner position. He has to really track up well for this. Ball hits the ground, one bounce, get north and south. That's a really good job. It drives me nuts when the kids try to play the ball on the hop, but that's a good example of really tracking the ball on a hop, gaining possession, and getting the ball forward.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Ron, is I noticed both quarterbacks coming out with their own pigskin and interchanging them between drives. Can you talk about that a bit?
Well, what they do at the high school level is, as long as you play with the same size of ball, you're allowed to bring your own ball in. So each team is allowed to have their own football that the quarterbacks are used to.
They're not worried about Tom Brady showing up.
Well, even in the Tom Brady's got that ball thing going on.
Oh, incomplete pass. Wide open was Matthew McGuire, and he just couldn't get it through the wickets, or it did go through the wickets.
Well, again, this is just a little. We got a hook route there, and a little sit down, almost the out route. He's got to extend it a little bit further on that. But getting back to your point earlier about the footballs being exchanged, the referees do have to inspect the footballs that they're using, and they have to show them to the referees at the beginning of every drive as well.
15 seconds left in this contest. 49-0 is the score. It's a run right up the middle in a fierce tackle by the Vikings at the end of it, once again by Harlan Luther. And when this kid hits, I think everybody in the stands feels it, but there's a flag at the end of this one, Ron.
Yeah, you're going to have Luther with a head tackle here, unfortunately, because he came across a little bit high. Head-to-head contact. That's going to be a 15-yard penalty, unnecessary roughness against the Vikings. And we're going to get one more play here, Johnny, before the end of the game. Again, big shout-out to the Lucas crowd, the athletic department, for allowing us to broadcast. Air K-Jax Productions here, Coach Melrose, DJ Wonderbread on the lower camera, Johnny yourself, myself.
Mr. Stoddard right here.
Mr. Stoddard again, fantastic job bringing you guys these wonderful shots. And I'm sure these fans who, a lot of these kids, they get film and everything is one thing, but hearing your name called in a broadcast is entirely different. So, I'm sure a lot of these kids are going to go home and end up watching this as well. So, again, just a big shout-out to
final play of the game, barring a penalty. It's Melvin's to Massey, breaking off of a couple tackles, just like he started the game, Ron, with a first down gallop.
Unfortunately, there's a flag.
And the Vikings were about to storm the field in victory, and immediately the coach's staff said, wait a minute, hold yourself back. It's a penalty against the Vikings. So, yes, we're going to get another play of football here in this junior game.
Yeah, we're going to get the bonus play. Fortunately, we lined up offside, it looked like.
And to me, I thought that was a great bookmark because Massey started the game with a first down run. In fact, back-to-back first down gallops. And I thought, well, if you end the game with a first down gallop, it's not a bad night of the evening for Melvins.
Okay. So they actually declined the penalty on the offside.
And that will conclude the ball game.
Yeah.
So here in TVDSB, Central Junior Boys football in Week 3 action. The Lucas Vikings remain undefeated as they improve to a perfect 3-0 after beating the Sir Wilfrid Laurier 29-25 and East Elgin 37-6. They stampede over the Cowboys 49-0 here on your Friday evening.
Well, again, it's really solid. This is a really solid athletic team for the Lucas, well-coached team, a lot of experience on the sidelines there. This is a young Medway team. They made some mistakes along the way. They're tough. They got to learn from those mistakes. But there's a lot of potential there. The future is really, really bright for the Cowboys. Again, this Lucas team is very, very good, perhaps ending their season 3-0.
The greatest line in all of sports forms at midfield here at AB Lucas, as again, it's the Vikings over the Cowboys by a score of 49-0. And a bit of a recap from this game. He's not even playing football, but all the time I hear in the NFL about this AB fellow, Antonio Brown. And I come to the Vikings high school here today, and it's all about AB. Alex Brown. He started the game off with a 15-yard touchdown. He added a 33-yard dash, but it's the 50-yard holy cannoli hot Italian sandwich play of the game by Alex Brown that I felt was the true difference maker in this 49-0 tilt.
Well, not only that, but that came off back-to-back penalties. So what we saw the interception for the Cowboys
by Manders, would-be pick six as he had open real estate down the turf.
Exactly, and so that would have made the score at that point 21-0. Talking about the turning point, the next play, Alex Brown takes a dive play, just goes 50 yards, and then it's 28. It was a 14-point swing. And the Cowboys could never really recover at that point.
I think of 3 different plays in this game where Medway had a chance to break the goose egg on the board. There's that pick six that you were just referring to by Manders that got taken back because of a UR penalty against the hit on the quarterback Pierce Smith. Then I think about the 100-yard dash by Melvin's to Massey that got called back because of a blocking penalty. And then you think about the 17-year-old TD toss, a great throw by their quarterback too, and Noah Harleton gets thrown back because they jumped offside.
And again, it's a young team. In Medway, they're going to learn from this kind of stuff. It's hard and it's frustrating to go through it, but every young team has to go through it. Even at the pro level and everything else, you've got to go through it. And again, just really hats off to the Vikings, as we see them gathering at the 30-yard line, kind of talking to each other. Let's talk a little bit about the senior game coming up here. 3-0 versus 3-0, or 2-0 versus 2-0.
I think you're a little
off. Is my math off?
Yeah, it's 0-2 versus 2-0 coming up here in the 8 p.m. game.
There's a 2 and a 0 in there.
Exactly, but we will get into the 8 p.m. game a little bit later on, but the conclusion of this 6 p.m. junior contest here in Week 3 action sees the Vikings prevail 49-0. The Medway Cowboys now fall to 1-2 in the season. They will advance, though, to take on Parkside Collegiate Institute on Friday, October 11th, and then conclude their season on the 18th of Friday against Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School. And pretty much those 2 games are must-wins for them to have a chance in the Allen Division against the Branting Broncos.
Yeah, they're must-wins now. And again, you're talking about a team that, hung with this Lucas team, the Laurier Rams, that's improving and getting better and better. Parkside's got 3 really, really dynamic players. Brady Litster, Joey Kravitz, Riley Therian. Again, three really dynamic players. There's a lot more, but those are kind of that's kind of the straw that stirs the drink at Parkside.
For the Lucas Vikings, who celebrate after their team meeting after the 49-0 win, they will host the Oak Ridge Secondary School next Thursday here on this field in an early 11:30 a.m. kickoff, then finish their season against South Collegiate Institute, the team that is in second place of the Vikings right now in the Darnell division.
Well, not only that, but at the senior level, you're talking about the number 11 team in the country at South, and the Vikings are highly ranked as well. I believe they're in the top 20 as well. So that's really going to be a clash of titans if it happens.
So once again, for our entire camera crew, including Mr. Melrose and Mr. Stoddard, our technical producer, director, and overall great guy, Adam Melrose, Ron Forwerda, I am John Urban. Week 3 of football is in the books here in the Central Division of the Thames Valley District School Board Junior Division as the Lucas Vikings prevail 49-0 to go to a perfect 3-0. Don't go anywhere, folks. At 8 p.m. in just a couple moments' time, we'll have the kickoff, ironically enough, between the Cowboys and the Vikings. We're going to do it all over again in the Senior Division. Thank you and good evening. Welcome to AB Lucas here on the north side of the Forest City here on your Friday evening. TGIF, everybody, from Junior Mustangs TV. It's Thames Valley District School Board Central Division Senior Football action. It's the undefeated Lucas Vikings at 2-0 versus the winless Medway Cowboys at 0-2. I'm John Urban, joined by the coach Ron Ferwerda. And coach, let's face it, this is a David versus Goliath type situation. We already saw the junior side go at it earlier with a 6 p.m. kickoff. That resulted in a 49-0 victory by the Lucas Vikings over the Medway Cowboys. Now, again, we're switching from the junior to the senior side, so completely different tales of the tape. But with the different tale of the tape, are we still singing the same story?
Well, we could potentially be singing the same type of story. It could be the same song and dance. Again, we're talking about a really big, athletic Lucas team, a very young Medway team. A lot of those kids were dominating the junior level last year.
A junior team that went 8-1 and won a WASA championship, and a lot of those players have graduated into the senior class.
Yeah, and a lot of those kids, like the quarterback, Mac Baker, is actually playing safety position because you've got a really talented grade 12 kid in Matt Jacqueth.
Yeah, Jake we've seen him throughout the time over the summer with the Junior Mustangs, and we know how impressive Mac Attack Baker is at the quarterback position. So, I mean, a little bit of a chip on your shoulder if you're Baker, but a feather in your cap if you're Jake to have the starting role.
Well, again, they're two very dynamic players, but they're both very, very different. Mac is much more of a ground and pound, likes to run the read option. Matt Jacquez, you're going to see him put the ball in the air a lot more. And this Medway team, again, similar story. This was a really good junior football team last year that had a really good run. They had a couple really dynamic players in there. Be interesting to see how they do as we see captains coming to midfield.
So the captains met at midfield with the Zebras. Essentially, the Lucas Vikings won the coin toss but deferred to the second half. So starting off with the rock in this game will be the Medway Cowboys to receive it in their white uniforms, white buckets, as well with the red numbering and pants. And I don't know if we caught that on the camera angle, but one of the Cowboys, extra excited going into the team pile, knocked over his teammate while giving him the chest bump. It just shows you how excited these kids, Ron, are to get into Friday night fight under the lights of AB Lucas.
These don't happen enough in our area, unfortunately. Like, we've got some really good facilities in the area with lights. I wish that we'd have a Friday night light every week that we could call for you guys.
Well, we hope on Junior Mustangs TV that in the future this could be an inevitable thought.
Yeah, again, but this is potentially, we talked a little bit about it earlier, potentially this is the last game of the season for
with
both
a potential
teams,
strike
with a
looming.
potential strike. We hope it's not. We really do. But this is a really, again, not to put, nails in coffins early, but we talked about earlier about it being a David and Goliath math. This is even more so of a David and Goliath matchup. These guys, these Lucas Vikings, are really, really dynamic. They've got athletes everywhere, and this could be, a really exciting game.
And again, if you're just joining us, it was a 49-0 final for the Lucas Vikings over the Medway Cowboys in the junior scene earlier today. But this is an 8 p.m. kickoff slated in the senior division in the TVDSB Central Senior Boys Football Week 3 action. The home team in the Vikings wearing their navy blue dark uniforms with baby blue numbering and a bit of the Carolina Tar Heel buckets, Ronnie. I'm a big fan of the fashionista at best.
Yeah, as we see them, both teams, it looks like we're going to have the playing of a national anthem.
Something that we didn't see during the junior game, hundreds of more people barreling in to AB Lucas. And unfortunately, people are looking us, Ron, maybe to you, the voice of an angel, to sing this national anthem.
I have a voice of an angel when it comes to talking. Nobody wants to hear me sing.
Both teams are lined up on their respective benches, though. And again, hundreds are in attendance at AB Lucas. If you're in the area, still time to motor down here on the north side of the city and catch some incredible football action. But if you can't make it, or know some friends or familia who can as well, why not send them to YouTube? Just simply look up Junior Mustangs TV. It's a live link that's happening right now between the Cowboys and the Vikings, and we're happy to take you through.
Unfortunately, we're not going to have a anthem call after all.
That's a head fake, Ron.
Yeah, well, they were looking for us for a microphone. It's like, I don't have a mic, and
I thought they were looking for you to sing, to be honest with you.
Well, no, it looks like they had 3 young ladies who were lined up ready to start singing.
I thought they were going to hold the mic for you.
No.
Getting back into the football swing of things, though, again, it will be the Medway Cowboys, and there's white uniforms, white buckets, and red numbering and trim. And one thing I'll say about both these teams right now, from the junior side of things, is the uniforms got even better.
Yeah, this is very Wisconsin Badger-like, very Toronto Argonaut, old school Viking uniforms, the double blue that they've got. But yeah, you've got the powder blue helmets going on, very Tar Heel-esque. I like it. It's a nice little twist.
The Tar Heels versus the Badgers, or is it Minnesota versus Dallas? No, check all those things. It's Medway versus Lucas, a Friday night fight under the lights here on Junior Mustangs TV. Ron Forward of the coach, happy to take you through with Johnny Urban, yours truly here. And again, this is the second part of a double dip. 49-0 was the final in our earlier contest for the Vikings over the Cowboys. But throw all that junior stuff out the window, folks. It's time to dine in to senior football action here on Junior Mustangs TV. The Vikings are lined up. The ball is set at the 45-yard line. It's booted away, and a trick play at first. And is the ball still loose? I believe a Cowboy. Great special teams play to start this game. Number 85 in Mac Cotell ends up running onto the ball and simply falling on it. Looks like a simple play, Ron, but a big one at that.
That's a huge play. You maintain possession. We saw the Vikings in the first game kind of do the same thing at the junior level. They're trying the same script early in the senior game. Again, it's dark up here. I'm just kind of trying to get my phone on here.
First offensive play of the game for the Medway Cowboys with their third week of action. This is the third home game. The Cowboys won't play a single game in their own barn in Medway. All their games are on the road this year. As essentially in the pro set goes the quarterback for the Cowboys. They'll send one in motion to the right side. It's a pass play to start this game, sideswiping one sack, but eventually the defense penetrates through the line. It's a sack on the first play of the contest for the Vikings.
This is going to be tough sledding. This is a really big, athletic Lucas team. They're huge up front. This defensive line is absolutely massive. They've got speed everywhere at the linebacker position. And they're just an abundance of talent here at Lucas.
Jacob Yursick, the quarterback, in grade 13 doing the victory lap. No real, victory lap room to work with on that one, Ron, as the defense eventually swarmed him up. Now we see motion as two will run from the right to the left side, including Tyler Clinton, the grade 11 product, rolling back in the pocket. A second straight attempt at a pass, deflected by number 5 of the Lucas Vikings. Edward Nagy, the defensive back, breaks up the play.
Yeah, Ed Nagy does a good job of dropping into his zone coverage there. You can see him. He's at the bottom of the field here, pretty much one-on-one when they do the motion over there. Drops back, tracks over, and again, really good job of breaking on the ball. That would have been a tough completion for the quarterback, but again...
and it looks like the quarterback may be hurt already on this first drive as he's on a knee around the 35-yard line. And the officials have just detected that as he will hobble off the field. And, I mean, that's from bad to worse news. If you're a Cowboys fan, your quarterback, Jacob Yursick, goes 3 and out, and then before he can get off the field, appears to be hurt.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He did take a big shot on that first play of the game by I think it was number 99 for the Vikings. I think it was 99. I'm still trying to pick up some of the numbers.
That's Matt Bain.
Yeah. And that is a big man out there. He's got to be close to 6'2", about 200 pounds. Coming from the outside linebacker position, he's coming with bad intentions.
It's been that kind of season, though, for the Cowboys, who started off their season with a 35-24 loss to the East Elgin Secondary School, and then followed it with a 29-11 loss to the Banting Broncos last week on Thursday, September 26th. They're still winless with Parkside Collegiate Institute at 0-2 in the Allen Division as we get our first punt of the game. A beautiful one that'll trickle down around the 35-yard line. Almost mishandled, eventually picked up by the punt returner. He'll zigzag up the field close to the 40-yard line.
Good explosion, good job of tracking that ball, picking it up off the ground. A little bit of dancing, a little bit too much there for number 6 for the Vikings, for my liking. I would have preferred him just square up and hit the hole.
Now at 2-0, the Vikings are still trying to climb into the ranks of South Collegiate Institute, who have a 3-0 record and currently lead the Darnell Division.
Yeah, and again, potentially in 2 weeks, that's going to be a massive game between Lucas and South. That'll basically be for the home field.
Jack Witt, the quarterback, goes into the gun for the first offensive play for the Vikings. It's a handoff as they'll run it right up the gut. and Mr. Ferwerda, they have the first down and more. Rumbling for a 23-yard gain, making it look also easy in the process, is Patrick Murphy.
Patrick Murphy, a converted quarterback. He's kind of a jack-of-all-trades kind of guy, really dynamic playmaker, good fast kid, good speed. Really, you can see.
Just sidesteps out of that one tackle.
Really good footwork for gaining about 15 yards. This is a carbon copy of what we saw earlier.
And in on the tackle, I believe, was Daryl Heeman. But regardless, it's a first down for Murphy and the Viking crew. 3 weapons to the right side for Jaquith. He's going to hand this one off to number 17. Once again, another first down and a little bit more added onto it. That's Jamie Lane.
Yeah.
And you know that gentleman all too well with the London Junior Mustangs. Talk about him, Coach.
Yeah, Jamie Lane, just running a fly or a jet sweep here from the slot back position. You can see him coming straight across. This is so hard to do. I love this play. I've been using a formation like this for years. It's so hard to track when you got an athlete of Jamie Lane's caliber getting the ball at full speed. It's not even fair.
2 plays, 2 rushes, 2 first downs for the Lucas Vikings offense as they go back to work here with Jaquith. Again, it's a handoff, and once again they give it to Jamie Lane. Lane sneaks through a hole, and he's gone into the end zone. Touchdown Vikings, a 30-yard strike by Jamie Lane.
Yeah, again, the exact same play the opposite way here. You got a jet sweep coming from the short side to the wide side of the field. Hits it right away. Jamie Lane makes the first man miss. Good blocking downfield by the receivers as well. No one touched them. In for the touchdown.
Now, me personally, I'm used to seeing Jamie Lane catching the ball in a Junior Mustangs uniform, not necessarily running it. Man, oh man, does he have jets.
Yeah, that's a Jamie Lane's a really fantastic athlete. Again, it's an embarrassment of riches here. Again, Jamie Lane is also, we're talking about this, about, being a young team. Jamie Lane's a grade 11 kid, playing in senior football. Shouldn't be able to do that.
Grade 13 kicker, number 20, Sam Spoelstra, nails it through the uprights with plenty of real estate, might I add, to make it quickly a 7-0 game here for Lucas Vikings with 8:54 remaining in the opening quarter as you take a replay, courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches of the Jamie Lane Major.
Yeah, again, we talked about the embarrassment of riches at Lucas here. They're big, they're dynamic, they're fast, they're athletic. I can throw all the adjectives in the world, but it's like seeing them live and watching them on film is a totally different thing.
Mac Baker, Jamie Lane, and Isaiah Blackson all won the WASA championship for the junior team last year that went 8-1 for these Lucas Vikings. Oh yeah, coincidentally, they're all Junior Mustangs products right here in the Ford City.
Yeah, Zach Hepburn, we call him Chico as well. That's another kid who was on that junior team last year, who's on this team as well. Again, just an abundance of riches, an abundance of talent.
So after losing to the Banking Broncos by 18 points last week, quickly down by 7 here earlier, the Cowboys, and taking it on a short hop, sort of like a shortstop, if you will, and then a big football collision past the 30-yard line. That got a bit of a roar from the crowd, and rightfully so.
That was a big hit by number 6. This is a really good return here. Number 24 for the Vikings. Guys, we're sorry about the numbers and everything else.
It's Will Adam on the tackle, partner.
Yeah, Will Adam, really impressive return. What I really liked is you can see how he got nice and low there and was able to stick and come up underneath that tackle. Great finish on that.
So after having to punt on their first drive of the game, the Cowboys go back out there for their second drive of this contest, Coach Ferwerda, trailing 7-0 with 8:38 remaining in the opening quarter of play here in this Friday night fight under the lights at AB Lucas. The quarterback for the Medway Cowboys in the gun with 2 running to the line. He'll hand this one off right up the middle on the rush attack, gaining maybe 4 or 5 yards to the Cowboys to bring up second down.
I think that's Quentin Herlick, that number 24 for the Medway Cowboys, that had the carry on that. Again, another former junior Mustang, really dynamic playmaker, really stout, hard to tackle kid. But again, good gain of about 5 yards on just that inside Zorro play.
Currently 8 degrees with wind coming from due east, but only at roughly 15 kilometers an hour. Shouldn't play a factor, Coach Ferwerda, on the kicking game. As into the gun again goes the Cowboys quarterback. 3 weapons to the near side here, but they're going to run it to the near side. Stiff arming off of one tackle and getting his way through another is number 20, Noah Coleman. A grade 12 product, the running back on the carry.
Yeah, again, this is you're just running the stretch or the Zorro play to the outside here. So he's just following his lead blocks, trying to get the extra man. good job right there by, I believe it was number 60 or number 40, it was by the Medway Cowboys. Good job kicking that out, opening up that running lane.
It's good to see, too, their quarterback, Jacob Ersick, back into this game after taking a knee at the end of the first drive of this game. He'll await the snap from the 13 grade in Adam Boyd, the center. He's going to hand this one again to Coleman. Coleman to the left side, but a limited gain of maybe 2 yards here.
Yeah, gain of 2 yards. Again, they're just trying to run that Zorro play. What you see here is you've got a tight end here, you got 2 running backs, and you got trips to the near side of the field. So they're trying to expose the defense to try to get them to overcommit at that one position. But Lucas does a good job of maintaining leverage out there and shutting it down.
Coming into tonight's action, even though they're 0-2, they still had a shot in the Allen division, trailing the 1-1 Silverford Laurier Secondary School. But Ron, you mentioned it, looked like East Elgin beat up Laurier today to take a 2-1 record, as this is an incomplete pass in and out of the hands of the intended target on the far side for the Cowboys. He's going to want to have that one back. That's Mark Cassidy.
Cassidy, this is just a clean drop. What you're trying to do is just hit that step-off screen to the wide receiver there. Good play design. Wouldn't have got a whole lot of yards with the Vikings screaming down his neck on that. But again, you got to catch those.
George Soteriouradis coming off of this play, fueling up for some rest, I assume. And with a third down coming up and roughly 8 for the second time in this game, we're going to see the Cowboys punt this rock away, as this will be cleanly punted away by the quarterback and kicker in Jacob Ersick, all the way down to the 35-yard line. Coming back with a head of steam are the Vikings. He finds real estate on the near side here. That's Will Adam. Adam cutting back in. Adam gets a block. Adam could go all the way past the 30, past the 20. Only one more man to beat into the end zone. Touchdown, Vikings. Man, oh man, a 60-yard punt return touchdown. And to make matters worse, for the second time in this game for the Cowboys, their quarterback / punter, Jacob Ersick, is down. And this time, the medics are looking at him with way more intent than the previous play.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. He gets blocked on this play, but it's a really clean block. What you can't see on the return was the speed and the velocity that he attacked this ball. When he got to the edge, he had made the first man miss, second man miss, one cut, and then he was off to the races. Again, I scream at kids for doing that cut back, against the grain, running all the way across the field. But that's one that you got to go, well, okay, he was a pretty athletic kid and he got the edge. But again, fantastic job, as the extra point was good there.
Wow. Oh, wow. A 74-yard punt return touchdown from Will Adam. A grade 13 product, and he does a little bit of everything, folks. He's a wide receiver, he's a defensive back, and you're watching his punt returning skills here. And as Coach Ron Verwerter was alluding to, broke out to the near side. Pretty much all the Cowboys came to the near side of the turf where both teams' benches are. Then he cut back across the turf, got a couple key blocks, and I would say past the Cowboys' 30, he had nothing but grass in front of him. Now, there was a Cowboy, ironically enough, at the tail end of that play, who went into supersonic mode, and Mark Cassidy, but he just couldn't catch up to him at the end of it.
Yeah, Cassidy, he showed great effort, great enthusiasm trying to drive down there and finish that tackle up. But, there was nowhere to go on that one. Unfortunately, he was there. And
we talk about the Mama's Hot Italian sandwich, holy cannoli play of the game. I thought Jamie Lane, a 30-yard touchdown dash, set the bar pretty high. Well, 74-yard punt return touchdown for Will Adam. I think he can taste the cannolis already, as this one is handled by Cassidy. Cassidy trying to use that same speed that he exhibited on the last play to sprint over to the far side, close towards the fans, refusing to go down right away. Cassidy staying on his feet, eventually pushed out of bounds. There was a flag way earlier on in the play.
I think what you're going to have on this is I think you're going to have an attempted horse collar, which is going to be a 10-yard penalty anyway. I believe it was number 1 who tried to reach across his shoulders and pull him down, which again, with the player's safety and everything else, what they're really emphasizing on, I think that's what you're going to have this call. So I think it's going to actually move up 10 yards.
Cowboys offense has produced 35 points in the first 2 games of the season. Their defense, though, has allowed 64.
So it's a 15-yarder that that they're marking. So they are going to call the attempted horse collar, which is a personal foul, unnecessary roughness.
And I know it's not fair to revert from the junior teams to the senior teams, but we saw earlier this evening the junior Medway Cowboys take a cornucopia, Ron, of penalties that really cost 3 majors that they could have potentially put on the board were all taken back because of penalty flags. I mean, they had almost 100 yards of penalty flags after having 200 yards in penalty flags last week.
Yeah, again, it's the key moment. It's that composure. You've got young teams going against veteran, well-seasoned, well-coached teams. Again, young coaching staffs trying to find their way. It's sometimes it's tough sledding, and again, the environment. It's cool out here tonight. It's great to see a big crowd. Most of these kids are not used to playing in this type of environment.
Big shout-outs to the Chain Gang. On that last play, the Chain Gang had set it right many Mississippis before the officials finally placed the pigskin down. So usually the Chain Gang's waiting for the officials. It was the other way around on that occasion.
Yeah, exactly.
Motion from the right to the left side. 2 weapons to the left side for the quarterback to work with. It's an underthrown ball. The first thrown ball of the game, might I add, as Jacob Yursick appears to be hurt and not back in. Owen Schmidt, a grade 11 quarterback, having to go in for the grade 13 product.
Well, he's got to sit out 3 plays minimum for an injury, for the one thing. But the way that they were looking at him, and
they're taping up his right leg right now and trying to see if he can extend that ankle. He's questionable to come back into this game at best.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all going to go on to, again, a hostile environment in here, with this playing in the homecoming in Lucas. Let's see what this grade 11 kid's got.
Hey, great things or great moments create great people. He pitches this one to nobody as it's in the open field, rolling back onto the ball. It might have been recovered by Tyler Clinton. They're going to say Vikings ball, though. Oh, man. You have to feel for Owen Schmidt. I don't know if he got it wrong or the running back got it wrong, but Ronnie, watch the replay. He pitches the ball, and there's nobody home.
I'm not sure what he's doing here either. I think he's got the guys going in the wrong direction. He's pitching that ball. The running backs, everyone's leading to the left there, and he pitches it to the right. So I'm not sure if he got his signals mixed up, got the play call wrong, or what the issue was. But unfortunately, optically, it looks like that one's on the quarterback.
Trying to see if it was Matt Bain that recovered the fumble. Jakewith takes the indirect snap. No, it was a direct snap to the sweep. Regardless, a plethora of penalty flags halts the play down.
Yeah, I think you're going to have procedure here against the Vikings, trying to get a little bit too tricky. That's exactly what they're doing. Procedure. So it's going back 5 yards as we see a little bit of frustration happening already in this on this Cowboy team, on the 0-2 start.
4:56 remains in this quarter of play. It is a 14-0 game for the Vikings, courtesy of a 30-yard run by Jamie Lane, then a 74-yard punt return touchdown from Will Adam. Matt Jakewith into the shotgun, 3 run to the line with 3 weapons to his right side. He's going to cock this one back. He's looking to go into the end zone. Oh, man. They're going to say that he caught it, but they're going to say that he's just shy of the end zone at the 1-yard line. What a throw by the quarterback at Jakewith. What a catch by Patrick Murphy.
Patrick Murphy, we talked about him earlier being a kind of a jack-of-all-trades kind of guy. Does a great job at the very end here. We can see it. Jack does a great job holding the ball up. Look at the extension on there by Patrick Murphy. Does a really great job of running under it, but full extension to get that. As we're hearing the Vikings calling timeout here, so they're looking to go up 21-0 early in this game.
And if it isn't for the outstanding effort of Noah Coleman, a grade 12 product for the Medway Cowboys at the end of that play, I believe he's getting into the end zone untouched, because despite the fact that he's falling down, Ron, I think both knees have to hit the grass before he's considered down at the 1-yard line, no?
Well, we're playing CFL now, so we're playing 3 down, yard off the ball. So when you're down in the Canadian game. The second year, any body part's going to be down. I think he was going to be short by a yard, regardless. But again, just really great throw by Matt. Again, I nicknamed him Matty Ice years ago. And again, Patrick Murphy, great extension on that reception.
And MJ, Matt Jakewith, gets some further instructions from his coach. A wise timeout, if you ask me, taken here by the Vikings as they have their team into the Mama's Hot Italian Kitchen red zone. and they're trying to stay perfect, just like their junior team stayed perfect. A perfect 4 for 4 on hot Italian sandwich red zone trips. Getting hungry just talking about all those trips, Ronnie.
There's a couple cannolis left.
As now it'll be a handoff into the end zone with ease. A touchdown for the Vikings. And you're right, it's the PM hour.
Yep.
Patrick Murphy getting it done.
Yeah, he deserved that one after that amazing reception. Again, that's just a straight inside handoff. You've got motion going to the left side to show a power look. He just slips inside. And again, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 21-0 here early in this game.
Yeah, after seeing a 49-0 final earlier today in the junior side of things between the Vikings and the Cowboys, I'm going to quote Yogi Berra, the late great Yankees catcher. It's deja vu all over again, Ronnie, as barring this extra point, it should be a 21-0 game, and it is. Wow. As I look to the scoreboard, 4:04 remains here in this quarter.
This could get ugly really, really fast again. But this is a dynamic team that wants to leave everything out there. You know, we've talked about it kind of for both of us at nauseum with the potential teachers walkout on Monday night.
God bless our government, Ron.
Not the teachers, but the support staff. The teachers are still reporting. The board has turned around and said that's it. You know, we don't want our kids crossing any picket lines or anything else. So school's closed as of Monday, which is unfortunate. For a lot of these kids, this could be their last game. You know, what are the kids who, you know, come back for that grade 13, you know, and say, this is my year. This is my year to shine, to get 3 games in. You know, it really is. It's an unfortunate situation. I wish there was a way to remedy it. You know, unfortunately, we're kind of in a spot where
maybe, and I say just maybe, a broadcast like this one by Junior Mustangs TV restores the faith in post-secondary, secondary school athletics. And hopefully, and I say hopefully, this isn't the last Junior Mustangs TV broadcast of some great high school football here in the 2019 season. Up 21-0. It's kicked away. The Cowboys recovered around their 25-yard line and fight to get up close to the 32. And that's where the offense will begin. But again, the big question mark is the fact that on 2 drives to start this game, the Cowboys quarterback and Jacob Yurcik appeared to be banged up not just once, but then on the second helping, looked like he wasn't coming back into this game. As I look down to the Cowboys bench, he's still having the right ankle heavily taped and attended to, meaning that the grade 11 product in Owen Schmidt goes in, and for Schmidt, 1 incomplete pass, and then a pitch to nobody, turned the ball over via fumble, and his first appearance in this game.
So we're going to see. I'm not sure if they got Schmidt in there.
It is Owen Schmidt.
83?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
As 2 will be to the near side here, but to be honest with you, Ron, I don't understand. Under Yurcik, they mixed up the rush a bit, and with this poor kid, they seem to be trying to go to the air. You'd think you'd want to warm him up a little bit, and here he is in the pro set formation. 3 run to the line. 3 options to his right side. He's going to fire it to the right side. The ball is incomplete. Now the officials a little late to blow the play down, as the Vikings thought temporarily that it could have been a live ball. The intended target, Tyler Clinton. To be honest with you, I don't blame Owen Schmidt on that one. Clinton has to catch the ball.
Yeah, Clinton's got to catch that one. Blackson in there on the coverage with a herd of other Vikings there. But again, Ty Clinton, again, a kid I coached years ago, like so many of these other ones, it seems like.
I like how both Blacksons on the junior and the senior team both wear number 2.
Yeah. So
maybe an homage to Derek Jeter.
Yeah, a little bit Derek Jeter, you know. Number 2 is a special number in this area.
3 weapons to the right side. Check that as 2 motion over from the right to the left side, including Tyler Clinton and Mark Cassidy. The ball is smacked to Schmidt. Schmidt's trying to go deep into double coverage. This ball is caught. It's a 17-yard gain. Great job to stick into the coverage. Gun it out. That's Nick Vander Hoedonk. I'm going to get that name right eventually.
Yeah, you know.
Hoedonk.
This is you got your isolation. You got your they're staying high. Blackson's doing a good job in there. He's got it's a really tough. This is a really
That's a
tough
triple coverage run.
Yeah, this is a really tough route to cover. It's just
It looks like Dak Prescott trying to find Amari Cooper when he's down in the game.
That was a little better of a throw than the Cowboy quarterback, to be honest with you, from the Cowboy quarterback.
So NVH, Nick Van Hoedonk. ends up having the first big offensive play of the game for the Cowboys. They're trying to go back-to-back. This one is also caught, and it appears to be back-to-back first downs for the Cowboys, and a late flag thrown onto it.
Yeah, number 85 with the reception for the Cowboys was just a little hook route to the outside there.
That's Matt Cottle on the catch.
Yeah, Cottle's on the reception. I think the flag is going to be against the Vikings here for, I guess, I'm not sure exactly what's going on or what's being called. That's a big hit. I thought he almost fumbled the ball. So it's a dead ball foul, unnecessary roughness piling on. So they got, when he was tackled, they had the second guy coming in late on the Vikings. So that's going to go up 15 yards. And
that turns into a 25-yard play then for Cottle.
Looky, we're in business.
Down 21-0, and with all hope seeming to be lost now, with 2:15 left in the opening quarter of play, the Medway offense with their backup quarterback, Ron Forwerda, seemed to have life here.
This kid's got some zip in his arm, so again, he settled down. I think it was a miscommunication on the first play there.
Well, nobody was home on the bid. Miscommunication is a light analogy.
That's an understatement, I guess. Again, just...
But it's a learning process.
A spade,
Absolutely.
Again,
Once again in the pro set go the Cowboys, led by their backup quarterback in Owen Schmidt. Schmidt rolling back, protected in the pocket, throws it, deflects off of the receiver's hands. Once again was trying to find Van Hooydonk.
Yeah, Van Hooydonk, number 22, is just playing that slot position, trying to hit that little sit-down route, just that little hook. Murphy's in on the coverage along with number 34 for the Vikings. And again, that brings up a second down and long. I really like that they're trying to spread the ball out a little bit here. Again, they're pretty simple, high percentage throws. He's a little bit high. He seems to settle down after the first mistake.
All those beautiful country drives I take on the north side of the city, all those Dutch names on the mailboxes. I knew that one of them was going to haunt me during this game, Ronnie, and Van Hooydonk is definitely doing that so far with the offense for the Cowboys here. A plethora of weapons move to the right side. As a bit of an awkward snap settled down by the quarterback, has to get rid of it in a hurry, and it's intercepted by the Vikings. Here comes Lucas back the other way. An interception, and coming away with the ball is number 14. Patrick Murphy, a two-way player, a two-way threat. Well, he's getting it done both ways.
Yeah, it's a really good reception on the touchdown reception earlier. And then, all right, in here you just see him playing the safety position. He's just spying the quarterback's eyes. He's playing right in the center of the field. Picks up the guy coming across, really athletic play, hides his coverage, then drops back into his zone.
The pocket collapsed quickly on Schmidt, and it really felt like he rushed that throw.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure pretty early.
Now it's Jaquist's turn. He's going to hand this ball off. It's a rush on the first play of this drive, spinning off of one tackle after gaining about 6 yards. Now, let me get this straight. A 2-yard touchdown from Patrick Murphy. An interception by Patrick Murphy. Then we go back to the offense. A nice 6-yard gain here by who else? Patrick Murphy.
Yeah, again, really dynamic player, really dynamic playmaker, really tall, athletic kid with great speed and really good toughness. Gain of 8 yards on that, John.
45 seconds remains in this quarter. 21-0 is the score for the undefeated Lucas Vikings here at home against the winless 0-2 Medway Cowboys here in week 3 of action. They go back to the ground attack, and why not? It's been working for them. A first down and more by Patrick Murphy. Needing some assistance to tackle him down to the turf from Mike Elliott was the Cowboy that time, and Nick Shorey.
Yeah, Shorey is a big, tall kid, really rangy. Again, it's tough when you've got this offensive line. Connor Crozier's the middle linebacker. He was picked up really, really nicely by the fullback who just wrapped around and then left no one there.
Barring a penalty, this should be the final play of the opening quarter with the score 21-0 for the home team. In their navy blue uniforms with baby blue buckets, the Vikings. Looks like this is a sweep to the right side, and it is. Looks like a first down and much more as he got a key block going up the field. That's Will Adam. Adam refusing to go down, but eventually will, not after gaining, 26 yards on the play.
Yeah, talk about a good way to end the first quarter for the Vikings. again, you show them what they're trying to do. They're trying to stretch the ball with the jet sweep to the edge and then coming and running inside with a little bit of power. Oh, by the way, you got a quarterback that can stretch the ball at least 40 yards downfield.
In one quarter of play against the Cowboys, Jamie Lane, Will Adam, and Patrick Murphy all have majors. Patrick Murphy, if you include his 74-yard punt return touchdown, has over 100 all-purpose yards in one quarter alone.
Yeah, again, we're talking, we talked about this potentially could turn ugly quick. This potentially could turn ugly a lot quicker than we anticipated.
As you see the huge contingency on the hill here on your Friday evening to take on this action, it's Thames Valley District School Board Central Senior Boys Football Week 3 action. The 2-0 Vikes against the 0-2 boys from Medway. As Matt Jaquith, the quarterback, who's a junior Mustangs product, will send a man in motion. That's number 17 in Jamie Lane. They're going to hand this one off. Patrick Murphy sidesteps one tackle, looking to get a block, goes over to the outside. First down and more into the end zone. Touchdown Vikings. A 25-yard TD strike. And once again, I believe it's Patrick Murphy.
Yeah, it's Patrick Murphy. All you're doing is running the inside zone play on this. You got the jet motion, they over-rotate, fullback kicks up, good lead block, good block downfield. Right there that's Jamie Lane actually blocking downfield.
And we saw him motion over to that left side.
Yeah, again, really dynamic playmakers everywhere on the field. We're going to give a shout out to a couple kids here in a minute. This offensive line here for the Vikings has absolutely controlled this line of scrimmage. The Cowboys are bringing pressure. They're not getting picked up. Or I said they are getting picked up. And just look at the surge here by the offensive line.
The cut there by Patrick Murphy's one thing. Then he turns on the Jets to the outside and he's gone, Ron.
Yeah, and again, I kind of said it about the 15-yard line is when he stuck his foot in the ground. I kind of looked over to you and I said, I think he's gone.
So on my drive sheet, though, again, just kind of recapping, after the Jamie Lane touchdown and the Will Adam punt return TD, a 2-yard touchdown from Patrick Murphy to cap off a drive, a Patrick Murphy interception, and then another 25-yard gallop from Patrick Murphy. We're in the PM, later in the hours, currently at 8:30 local time. It's the PM show, Patrick Murphy.
Yeah, you know what? We had the AB show earlier. Now
and Alex Brown, that's right.
If his...
And I'll say this, Wojnarowski, I believe, went 6 for 6 or 7 for 7 on point after.
Yep.
Now you have this kid, SS Sam Spoelstra.
Yep.
He's a perfect 4 for 4 in the opening half on the extra points as well.
Again, everyone harps on kickers until you don't have one, and then everyone wants one.
So Lucas backing up here to stay on side with the pigskin placed at the 45-yard line. Up by 4 majors. Spoelstra, who just hit the extra point, is going to kick this one away. And looks like the Vikings were offside anyway, as the Cowboys almost butterfinger this one away, but it is collected by the Cowboys, number 24, in Quentin Herlick.
Yeah, Herlick on the recovery. They're going to take the 5 yards at the end of the run here. But it was offside.
And you can see it there on the Mama's Hot Italian sandwich replay.
Yeah, but Herlick, again, really heads up. That's a live ball. That's the thing that a lot of people tend to forget in the Canadian game. You don't have to give 5 yards on the kickoff. That's a live ball, and it can be picked up and it can be forwarded as well.
Now, we knew that the Vikings were the real deal coming into this game with a 2-0 record. They're one of 3 teams left in the Thames Valley District School Board Central Division that are undefeated, including South, who is always seemingly undefeated at 3-0, as well as Saunders, a bit of a surprise by me, partner.
Saunders is a really, really big physical team. They've got a lot of great athletes on there. Offensive line is absolutely monstrous. Again, they're going to be a real hard pick.
Oh, the quarterback takes a mean hit as he let go of this ball. An incomplete pass with the receiver intending to be Tyler Clinton, but back into the game was the quarterback. And I mean, I don't know if we'll see it here on the replay or not, but he takes a mean, to the point where I'm really shocked that there was no UR flag on this one.
Yeah, this is a really wicked shot that he takes here. But to his credit, this kid's being knocked out of this game twice already. and he comes back in and delivers the ball like this. Tyler Clinton's just running a straight go route here. Here you can see the pump fake and whack!
That's
there at the
late.
very end. That's way
late. How do they not? They've been so good at protecting the quarterbacks all evening long. I'm surprised that they missed that one. Once again, a little bit of a late touch, although the Viking defender was quick to release the quarterback. And I mean, I know I have to stick to just calling the game, Ronnie, but I get a little scared when the sport of football, when you're thinking about the health and overall well-being of Jacob Yurcik. You've mentioned it. He's already left this game twice, and now he's taking mean licks on his third occasion being into this game.
Yeah, good gain of about 6 yards on that. That should have been a first down play. Maybe take the shot on second down. It might have opened it up a little bit more there. But, down 28-0, I think you're going to see the Cowboys try to go for it here.
So third down, Coach Ron Perwerda wants them to gamble on third down on their own side of the grass, and they're going to oblige. In the pro set, they got Lucas to jump. That's a free first down for the Medway Cowboys.
That's a big play. Again, composure. When you think that all the team has left is to pass the ball, as a defensive line, you want to pin your ears back and come. You can see right there. We saw Medway try to do that on the junior game and kind of caught themselves on it. That time the offensive line holds its water, gets the 5 yards on this, and it's going to be the free first down for the Cowboys.
If the Cowboys can't pull out the comeback here this evening and they drop to 0-3, their next chance at getting the first win of 2019 will come next Friday at 8 p.m. when they visit Parkside Collegiate Institute. But again, Parkside is also winless in the Allen division, so far 0-2 through 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Parkside is a big physical team. At the junior level 2 years ago, won the championship.
And I was going to throw this at you. I know many moons ago, when I used to play, it was the country boys that seemed to be at the top of the rankings. And now I look at the standings, and it's the City Slickers that are at the top of the hill, as Ehrlich takes another hit, or Ursic, I should apologize. Jacob Ursic, J.U., same initials, pretty cool kid if you ask me for that note. But again, you got to protect him, and he's getting hit like a crash test dummy back there.
They're calling it this time.
Word.
This is number 99 for the Vikings.
That's Matt Bain, and he looked more like Bane from the supervillain movies as he nailed the quarterback on that one.
Yeah, and again, it's not only did he nail him, but he's a really tall kid.
He's a big boy.
Head to head.
Looked like he got hit by a fridge.
Yeah, well, he's about the size of a fridge, to be honest with you. Not the fridge, but, that's a big, tall, athletic kid out there.
You're talking about a high school kid, so this kid can still develop even bigger and bigger.
So,
it's scary.
That's the scary part is we talked about some of the size of the junior kids. Some of these boys are just massive out there. And you can see they're just pinning their ears back and they're coming.
Jacob Yurcik, you got to give the Warrior badge to number 8 this evening for the Cowboys. He's sticking in this game. Takes the snap from his center, looking to throw this one deep. One-on-one coverage down the near side. Incomplete pass, trying to find Mark Cassidy.
Cassidy just running kind of a little slip route there, almost just a straight fade. This is a long throw to the wide side of the field on here. You've got your one-on-one with the corner out there. I think that's Blackson or number 5. I can't really tell with the number. And maybe I'm going to say it's Blackson out there. Again, taking a shot, looking at him all the way. Really nice throw. It is number 5 who was in the coverage.
Edward Nagy, the coverage on that for the Vikings.
Okay.
It does bring up 2nd and 10. I like how the Cowboys took a shot there, though, Ron. Will they go to try and take a second straight shot? They do. It's a closer pass. This one is caught this time. And it looks like the first down has been gained by Mark Cassidy. So a grade 13 product to another grade 13 product. Then some pushing and shoving after the whistle here. Extracurriculars involving Zach Parmley, the offensive and defensive line mate.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of pushing and shoving there.
Cooler heads will prevail, though, Ron.
Yeah, and again, he's trying to get downfield. He's trying to make a play a little bit there. I want to go back a little bit. I thought that his knee was down when he caught the ball, and so I thought
he shouldn't have been able to progress.
Yeah, so I think that was part of it there.
8:50 remains in the opening half of play. 2 weapons to the right side for Urslich. He's going to throw this one deep. This one's up in the air. It's a 50-50 ball, incomplete. The intended target on this occasion for the Cowboys was Tyler Clinton.
Yeah, Clinton's just running a go route. And again, Nagy's in on the coverage there. This time it's a really good job. Again, they're throwing that go route to the wide side of the field. I don't know why they don't take a shot to the near side. It's the easier throw for the quarterback.
And they're attacking Edward Nagy. They attacked him in one-on-one coverage down the near side in this drive, and there they tried to attack it down the far side.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure. These are very dynamic corners that Lucas has. They've got playmakers everywhere. I'm not sure which one you want to attack, but
Jacob Yurcik has left this game twice because of an injury. This is him back on a third time, and yet he's throwing the ball like crazy. Here's a double reverse, and it is Cassidy hanging on to it. Cassidy, I thought, was going to throw the ball. Instead, he's going to continue to run. Eventually, horse-collared out of bounds, and that should be an automatic first down.
And there you go. We're starting to get these kids want to play football, and in senior level, it can get chippy, it can get rough at the very end. Gadget play, it's a double reverse, so you've got one-on-one, but I thought you could have had a flag there, but right there, you're going to have at the very end there.
And we lose it on the left side of the screen here, Ron, but there was one of the offensive linemen for the Cowboys down, and it appears to be in quite a bit of discomfort. Just trying to make out the name of the gentleman. That's Cole Wakeham, number 50, a grade 12 product. And as the double reverse ended up going from the left to the right side, it was on that left side where the play actually left that the lineman got hurt.
Yeah, well, you've got two flags on the play. So you've got the one flag where, unfortunately, the lineman was injured, and you've got the late hit out of bounds, unnecessary roughness. So I think this could be a double dipper against the Vikings, who really, they're trying to be the bullies out here, but you can be the bullies in football and still play with composure.
As having to come off the field now, and I do apologize, it isn't Cole Wakeham, number 50, it's number 60, Harrison Kerr. So Harrison Kerr, the banged-up Cowboy, but good news for Kerr as he is walking off the field under his own power. We hope to see him return into this game as we get the penalty yards. Multitude of penalties. And I believe the official's saying it's still a first down for the Cowboys, but where are they putting the ball?
Well, it's going up 15 yards. It's unnecessary roughness, unsportsmanlike conduct against White, and then you got unnecessary roughness, late hit piling on the throw out of bounds.
So there was lots of games within the games to the left side of the screen when that double reverse took off to the right.
Yeah, I think what you've got objectionable conduct against Medway. You've got objectionable conduct against Lucas. You've got the late hit out of bounds, the horse collar kind of tackle. That's the one that's going to be marked off, the 15-yard penalty. It is a first down for the Cowboys.
So a chance here to do some damage for the visiting Medway Cowboys, down by 4 majors. And again, I know we're not, talking about apples to oranges, peaches to pears, but 49-0 was the score in the junior game earlier this evening for Lucas AB over Medway. If you're Medway, these would be the first points of the entire evening for your program, as it looks like there's a timeout. Everybody was ready to go, and then the whistle blew.
They didn't have the downs box set properly. They had a second down.
8:08 remains here in the second quarter of play. Yurcik sends 3 to the line, has 2 to the right side. It's a handoff, though.
A
bit of a high tackle. Yeah, you called it, Ron. And he'll gain maybe 3 yards to the left side, but he's brought down abruptly by one of the Vikings.
Yeah, I think it was number 61 who came in on the tackle. I think, again, we talked about the big kids on the Viking team.
That would be Eric Anderson if it's 61 on the hit.
Yeah, Eric Anderson's got to be close to 6'4" out there.
But I believe it's actually Alex Butzezes. I'm not going to get that name right. In on the high hit that brought the Cowboy down. Butzezes. Of course, why didn't I get that one right, Ronnie?
Wow.
3 options to the left side now for the quarterback in Yurcik, who's stuck into this game. Takes another hit as he throws this ball deep. Incomplete. The intended target on this one, once again, Tyler Clinton. So, let's face it, the Medway Cowboys have taken 3 big shots down the field, but unfortunately 0 for 3 on those occasions.
Yeah, 0 for 3 on the deep ball. They've had a little bit of success with the under coverage and stuff, but again, it's unfortunately they're trying to throw it up to their dynamic playmaker. But again, great coverage downfield by the Vikings.
It just seems to be like always in double, if not triple coverage down the field. That time for the Vikings, though, it wasn't Ed Nagy. I believe that was Chase McNabb on the cover.
I thought it was number 8.
So here's a field goal attempt from 35 yards out for the Cowboys, Mark Cassidy. The snap and the hold is good. The kick is up, and it is through. A 35-yard field goal for the Cowboys is good, and it's their first points of this game. Heck, Ron Forwerda, it's the first points of the evening for the Medway Cowboys here at Lucas.
You know, this is what the juniors should have done according to you in the earlier game where I didn't mind them going for it.
Yeah, but then they walk off the field with a goose egg.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's hard to say, what the right example, what the right thing to do.
I like mine.
In that particular, of course you do. In that particular example, yeah, at that point in the game, the field goal is probably the right decision to do. In the junior game, I believe I was the correct response and I was the right thing to do. So
for me, I don't know. It doesn't matter if it was hockey, baseball, or football.
Yeah, you want to break the shutout.
It's something that haunts me at night. If you're sleeping and you lost by a shutout, it's just something that. And I played goalie, right, Ronnie? Yeah. So I mean, as a hockey player, if I lost via shutout, there's nothing I could do. So did you ever go into the box
and feel shame?
Yeah. Well, feel shame without going into the box. As the quarterback, Jakewith, back out there. He's going to hand this one off to his left side, breaking over to the right side, breaking off of one tackle. First down and more through midfield. Can he stay on his feet? Just barely getting down. And a late hit at the end of this one, as it is number 11 for the Vikings, Caleb Roberts on the dash. Watch this replay.
Yeah, this is a really good job. Again, it's just a misdirection Zorro is what they're doing. He's coming around the one side and stepping across. Really dynamic run. Again, good speed. Almost just couldn't quite keep his balance at the very end there.
If he does, he's got real estate up the field, Ron, to go all the way.
Yeah, he was motoring. And again, this Tar Heel blue for the Vikings helmets, it seems to be their luck charm.
Ball at the 42 of the Cowboys now for the Lucas Vikings offense with their quarterback, Matt Jakewith. Motion in the backfield from number 11 to the left side. That is Caleb Roberts from the last big play. Jakewith on the keep. The quarterback right up the gut. Eventually tackled, but not before gaining the red zone. What a play design by the Vikes.
Again, it's a quarterback read. They crash down on the outside, so they're taking the outside zone away. Here comes the blitz, and again, now you've got no linebacker. So as a quarterback, you've got to read that. Who's your read? Who's your daddy?
The Cowboys, Noah Campbell almost does the splits there, expecting Jakewith to go to the left. When he goes to the right, whoop!
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, But again, good play call, good play design.
Vikings back into the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. The snap to Jakewith, the handoff here, and not being able to go anywhere on this affair is Caleb Roberts. The Cowboys stepping up the rush defense.
Yeah, number 42 from the linebacker position does a good job of tracking across the field and wrapping him up, and does a good job of holding him to a gain of about maybe 1.5 on that.
Adam Boyd checking into the game right now for the Cowboys. Coming up is Donovan Weissman. Cowboys need a big defensive stand here with second down coming up. 4:45 remaining in the first half of play, trailing here by 25 points on your Friday night. Lucas's quarterback, Matt Jakewith, goes into the shotgun. Split motion, fakes the handoff, pump fakes. The quarterback looking to run now. Pump fakes again. Jakewith hangs on to it. Jakewith trying to go to the nearest pylon. He'll be just shy of the end zone to bring up third down.
He does a good job of scrambling out here, but the linebacker here, Connor Crozier, number 44, he stops his feet moving. This is what he gets beat here. Jock was good coverage downfield by Medway. You can see at the very end there, you just kind of saw Crozier kind of hesitate a little bit.
The Wakeham boys, by the way, going in right now for the defense of the Cowboys, both Nolan and Cole checking off for the much smaller, might I add, Noah Coleman, as well as number 54 and Adam Boyd. So they need a big third down goal line stop. The defense puts in the big boys, and it does look like Lucas might be just settling for a field goal here, though. So this should be a chip shot. The snap and the hold is good, but did he make it through?
You say it's good?
They're going to say it's good, but from our angle, you're right, partner. That didn't necessarily look right down the pipes. Sam Spoelstra, according to the officials, does split it, though, and Ironically, after the Medway finally gets some points on the board for the first time on your Friday evening via field goal from 35 yards out, well, anything you can do, I can do better. The Vikings or at least restore that 3-point. He did not make that, Ron.
Make that. I thought, because again, the rule is if that pole extends up infinity, you have to be inside that pole. He hit the top of that pole or just on the outside of it. From our angle, it sure looked like, boy, oh boy, that's...
It's a tough field goal to make, by the way, because he's so close on the angle. Line. I'm surprised they just didn't go for it, to be honest with you. But maybe a respect factor, knowing that they're still leading by 28 points.
You know, you're up 20. You're up 4 scores at this point. The Cowboys really haven't shown much dynamic on offense. You know, they've got, again, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast too. This is a young Medway team. They've got a lot of grade 11 starters on there. This is going to be a really good team next year, but this team's a year away.
3:28 remains before halftime here at AB Lucas on your Friday evening. Coach Ron Forwarded joining yours truly, Johnny Urban. Got to give a big shout outs to Melrose as well as Stoddard on the camera crew, as well as Adam Melrose, sort of spinning the ones and twos, if you will, for all of our AV equipment, putting all this magic together. And a big shout outs to KJ Academy, our presidente, if you will, our CEO of this operation, who, from my understanding, laid a pretty big football block of his own earlier this week. Saved a couple people in the process. We're thoughts, love, and prayers go out to you, KJ. We hope you're recovering quickly at home, and we want you back in the broadcast booth soon, although I would say this, he'd have a hard time getting up here in AB Lucas.
I don't think he's getting up this ladder that we have up here.
Yeah, we got to get on our Hardy boys, our Dudley boys, or maybe Edge and Christian to give a bit of a Canadian twist to it. But a little TLC action to get into the play booth here at AB Lucas. Catching it on the one hop is the kick returner for these Cowboys. And they're going to start this drive roughly from their own 32-yard line.
Hurlick does a good job again. You know, I hate it when the ball hits the ground on a kick because, and I've said it for years, especially
you get more yards.
Turf. Well, every time the ball hits the ground, it's going to cost you 15 yards. But this is a scenario where the ball's in kind of in no man's land, and Hurlick does a good job of getting on it and attacking the ball while it's on the ground. So we've seen that a couple times today.
Jacob Yursick, a warrior, if you ask me, will pitch this on the first play of this drive, but not being able to go anywhere was Eric Hackle on the pitch. But going back to my earlier point about the quarterback for the Cowboys and Jacob Yursick, first drive of the game, 3 plays in, took a knee, had to come out of the game. Second drive of the game, literally was down and out. I didn't think he was going to be able to come back in. The medic staff worked awfully hard on that right ankle.
Yeah.
I'd say there's about 3 rolls of hockey tape on the damn thing, and yet he's back out there with that warrior spirit, down by 28 points, refusing to give up. Oh yeah, and continuing to take damage along the evening.
Yeah, he's taken some shots. I'm surprised somebody hasn't called CAS on the Viking team.
Gonna get me in trouble again, Ron. 3 targets to the right side, cocking back and throwing the ball while making a hit. Incomplete pass. And to be honest with you, the intended receiver might have had a shot if he turned his shoulder, but he tried to look up straight into the air like Mickey Mantle.
Well, he's trying to. This almost looked like the old ghost of the post, Kenny Stabler. Looks up at the last second there, but it was a little. Again, let's give credit where credit is due. Great job in coverage by the Vikings. You know, like there was nowhere really to throw. He's taken 2 steps. He doesn't have a lot of time out there.
And look at Jacob Yursick once again hobbling off the field. And this is where I got to honestly think. He's talking immediately with the medic, Ron. Down by 28. This kid has shown nothing but warrior spirit. But if I'm the coach, you got to save your bullets for another day.
Yeah, you know, you really got to think about the health and safety of the kids here sooner or later. But, you know, again,
a beautiful
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Look at this kid go. Will Adam, who already had a 74-yard punt return touchdown, made a little something out of nothing there, grabbed the ball from roughly his own 45 and mustered his way up the field close to the 50 of the Medway Cowboys. Decent field positioning for the Lucas Vikings offense to start this next drive with 2:26 remaining before the halftime break.
Attacks the ball, catches it on the hop. I thought he stepped out of bounds right there.
There's another Cowboy that appears to be banged up looking at by the medical staff. That's Tyler Campbell. And again, for the Cowboys, I'm just starting to think that they have a couple more games left in this season. In fact, next week they'll take on Parkside Collegiate Institute next Friday, 8 p.m. You got to stay healthy.
Jocko's with the step off screen.
Yeah, Jaquith just nails his target in the chest. A beautifully thrown ball, caught easily, and a gain of, let's say, 9 yards by the Vikings. They're close to the first down marker.
Yeah, I think he's going to be, I think you're right. I think he's going to be about a half yard short on this. But we talked about the experience. This is a really good throw here.
That's the kicker, too, Sam Spoelstra.
Yeah.
At the wide receiver position. And you got to be feeling pretty good. He got that 50-50 field goal called by the officials good, and now he's picking up some receiving yards, too.
Kickers are people, too. I keep telling people that. I'm just waiting for
Except
somebody
Dave
to actually
Woody.
believe it. Well, that's another story.
That's the
all
off
itself.
chance that Dave's listening, which I know he is. Back into the gun goes Matt Jaquith. 4 options to the right side. They're going to hand this ball off and run it right up the middle, though. Flag at the end of this one as it looks like a first down rush by the Vikings.
Well, they gave him enough for the first down on that last play is what we're looking at here at the sticks. But I think you're going to have a holding call downfield here, right there by number 61, I think it is, for the Vikings. So it's going to come back 10 yards here because it's going to be 4 yards gain. I'm just looking at the spot.
And it's hard to tell through the grandstand lights here at AB Lucas, but I see hundreds, if not thousands of people in attendance on the hill. Lawn chairs, blankets, just their own keisters, Ronnie. Maybe they're standing tall as well out there on the hill. But this is some great support for some Friday night football under the lights here. And if you can make it to the game in North London here at AB Lucas, I'd highly recommend throw on YouTube, whether it's on your computer at home or on your smartphone. Just simply look up Junior Mustangs TV. It's the live link currently between the Vikings and the Cowboys here on JTV.
So it wasn't holding. They're going to call illegal hands to the face mask against Medway. That's going to go up 15 yards at the end of the run. So we're going to have like a 1st and goal from the 1 yard line here.
So they were already in Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone, but now they're really on the doorstep of the end zone here, and this is a team that's already perfect in the red zone, looking to stay that way here on your Friday evening.
Yeah, again, as the referees are talking to the coaching staff here for Medway. This is a tough pill to swallow for these young men because these are 2 really dynamic teams. You see the difference between a primarily grade 12 team versus a primarily grade 11 team. The experience factor. The other thing is, like we saw earlier in today, junior football in London on the public side plays 4-down football NFL rules. When you come to the senior level, you play 3-down Canadian rules. It's a vastly different game. You have to give a yard. It's the full motion. It's the 3-down. It takes some time for these kids to transition from a 4-down game, which is what they're used to, into a 3-down game.
20 grade 11s on the Medway Cowboys roster as opposed to 12 grade 11s on the Lucas Vikings roster.
And of those 20 grade 11 kids that are on that roster, I promise you there's at least 5 or 6 of them that are playing key contributors.
We just saw the Medway Cowboys head coach have a pretty avid conversation with the head official there. Obviously he's frustrated for numerous reasons, but what there was he, because he had a detailed conversation with the official. He did not like the call.
Well, I think what it was is they're going to say that they had a face mask. And he didn't like the call because, I originally thought the call was against Lucas for a hold downfield by one of the offensive linemen. So I think what he was talking to him about was kind of like, well, wait a second here, what happened to that, And so they are talking to the players and maybe telling everyone just kind of, look, settle your boots. We're here to play football.
And the Vikings have struck from 30 yards out with Jamie Lane, 74 yards out with Will Adam on a punt return, 25 yards out from Patrick Murphy, and they have that 13-yard field goal from Sam Spoelstra. The only time they've gone into the red zone run, they've gone 1-for-1 with a major. That resulted in the 2-yard touchdown from Patrick Murphy. That was an interesting couple drives that all result in Murphy. 2-yard touchdown by Murphy, interception by Murphy, 25-yard touchdown again by Murphy.
Yeah, and again, they've really kind of dominated. And again, the shout-out's got to go to the offensive line, who has absolutely dominated, as we see a huge
Mac
surge there.
Jaquith gives on the handoff. They're into the end zone. It should be a touchdown for the Vikings, but hold the phone. There is a penalty flag.
You're going to have offside, I believe, against Medway, lining up in the neutral zone. They didn't give the full yard.
As we see here on the replay, yeah, they might be encroaching a bit there as they hand the ball off to number 27 on this occasion.
Oh, they're calling it against Lucas, I think.
It'll take back Jason Hunt.
False start.
So Jason Hunt would have had the touchdown, but unfortunately for the grade 12 running back, it's called back.
So as we see a bunch of substitutions, they go from their heavy package to more of their speed package here.
You got a feel for Jacob Hunt as he's one of the smaller players coming off the field as a result of the substitution.
What did I do? Somebody moved.
Yeah, what did I do? Yeah. I got the touchdown.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. But again, it's second down. It's first and goal here from about the 6-yard line for the Vikings.
And do they go to the air here with Jaquith as he has the one man in the backfield? Dual sweeps from left to right. They hand it off. They go right up the middle, breaking off of one tackle. Had to break off of another, trying to fight towards the end zone. Just shy.
2-yard line.
Yeah, I was going to say about a yard or two, Ron, as we see the replay here. Great hustle shown by Caleb Roberts, but just couldn't cross the plane.
You saw the backside guard and tackle pull across there and lead that. This is so hard. You see all the motion right there. Great kick-out block there. I believe that's Mason Parmalee on the kick-out block there. Those first man that lays the block.
So once again in the goal situation here, the navy blue with baby blue trim Vikings looking to add more offense with 31 points already on the board. Jaquith, though, sees that the Medway Cowboys are taking a timeout here. And as a result, Jaquith will have an opportunity to talk with his coach about their next offensive play.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a similar type of thing to what they saw earlier. As we see Harrison Kerr and a couple of the other big boys come in here.
$1:40 remaining in the second quarter. How huge would it be for the Medway's Cowboys if they were to get a stop here?
Oh, it'd be massive. You know, like you talked about, you know, the junior game, the kind of turning point was that pick six that wasn't a pick six, and next play was a touchdown by AB. This would be that type of turning point. You know, you're about to have a touchdown scored on you, potentially by the Vikings here.
I don't know who threw that, whether that wasn't Jaquith. Somebody threw a water bottle from the dog pile you see on your screen there for the Vikings all the way back to the bench.
Oh, good arm. Got to figure out who that was.
You could be the backup quarterback.
You can be the backup quarterback because they got a pretty good one right now in Baker.
That's right, Mac attacked Baker, but it is their starter, QB1, and Matt Jaquith, sending a man from the right to the left side of the line. Hands this one off. They go right up the middle. This should be an easy peasy touchdown for the Lucas Vikings, and it is.
Yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just a power play off the left-hand side. Number 27's the ball carrier. You can see it here. Fullback leads across, just gets right behind that massive offensive line, pushes through for the easy, I'm going to say about a 1.5-yard plunge.
Yeah, Jason Hunt was denied a touchdown earlier, then substituted off, and we went, well, that's not fair to that kid. Well, they substitute him back in, they give him the rock, and he gets a touchdown.
So, there you go. So it's 30. There'll be 38 potentially here. 38-3 here. We got, about a minute left in the second quarter. What are we going to talk about in the second half, John?
Well, there's 97 seconds remaining here in the opening half of play, and you are making a good point, Ron. The fact that we're already at a 38-3 ball game. We experienced a 49-0 Lucas over Medway final earlier in the junior game, and we kind of saw it on paper. It's a 2-0 Lucas team that's fighting against a 3-0 South squad in the Darnell division, going against an 0-2 Medway squad that has had a bit of a tough 2019 season, losing week 1 to East Elgin 35-24, and then losing 29-11 to Sir Frederick Banting.
Yeah, but now let's give credit where credit is due.
And the Viking is out, Ronnie. Your best friend is out in the stands making friends.
Well, I don't know, best friend. You know, I've got so many really inappropriate things to say right now. I'm just going to take the high road for a change. Because there's going to be high school kids watching this. And
I think he stole your haircut, Ron.
No.
Ball is
Down in front, Melrose.
ball is placed at the 45-yard. You wondered what we were going to talk about in the second half. I'm just letting you know. With the pigskin placed at the 45, Sam Spolstra approaches it to kick this one away, up by 35
He got
points.
offside for Lucas again.
And that would be the second straight kickoff where Lucas did go offside. The kick returner making a little something out of nothing, getting the ball up to the 40-yard line. A pretty decent return that time by the Cowboys and Quentin Hurlick.
Yeah, Hurlick does a good job. Again, we can see right there the far side is offside, didn't have the number. But Hurlick, again, really good kick returner, really dynamic player. One of those grade 11 kids that we talked about that had such a dominant junior year. Again, he did play with the junior Mustangs last year, playing 3-down ball. It's tough a lot of these times, for a lot of these kids to adjust from 4 down to 3 down. Hurlick's one of those kids who has had the advantage of playing 3-down football this summer, so getting acclimatized to it a little bit.
And you think about the coaching staff for the Vikings, including Coach Grant, Coach LaPointe, and Coach Hayes. Well, they all coach summer ball. All three are former London Falcons. In fact, Coach Hayes was with the junior Mustangs as well.
Yep. Yeah, and again, Hazy, I remember with the Falcons there, again,
With Coach Hayes specifically, you're talking about a 5-time city championship finalist, a 5-time Thames Valley District School Board champion, 4 times with the seniors, once with the juniors, a 4-time WASA champion, 3-time with the seniors, 1 time with the juniors. That's 3 total OFSA championships, or finals, I should say, and 2 championships. It's a pretty respectable resume here in the high school football scene.
It's not bad. I'll give you that. Again, Hayes has been around for a long time. I have a great amount of respect for the man. Again, just the amount of effort. Henry LaPointe I've known for years, coaches at the junior level here, has been the offensive coordinator for the junior level for, I think close to 10 years now. Again, consistency on the staff is one thing. It's just the quality that they'll be able to bring in year after year.
Quentin Hurlick once again on the kick return. This time, Lucas doesn't go offside. So the Cowboys will start this drive roughly close to the 30-yard line.
Offside, yeah.
And wait a minute. Oh, my word. There was another offside. I didn't see that flag in front of the Cowboys bench. What is going on here, Ron? How are they continuing to do this? This could cost them in a big playoff game. It doesn't really matter so much when you're up by 35, but certainly if you're in a tight one, this could be all the difference.
Well, again, it's knowing your assignment. It's playing with composure. It's playing with understanding of the situations. I don't care if it's 35-0 for me or against me. You got to play smart football and you got to have awareness.
So Lucas has essentially wasted 14 seconds off the clock in play clock, about 5 minutes in real time, as well as gone back 10 yards. That's all that's really happened in the last couple minutes.
I'm just saying I'm glad I got naproxen in the car because the body's starting to stiffen up a little bit up here. It's getting chilly.
It's dropping down to 6
That's
degrees locally, as this one will be collected by number 7 in Mark Cassidy. Cassidy tries to cut back in, use a block by his teammate. Shell shocks one hit, eventually thrown out of bounds around the 40, and that's where the Medway offense will be led by their warrior of a quarterback in Jacob Yursick.
Okay, we're going to see this on a return. Kids at home, this is how you do not hit somebody. That is in hockey, that's 2 minutes for elbowing.
Well, Gordie Howe used to do that all the time, right?
Yeah, but Gordie Howe had a special kind of hat trick.
Yeah, that's right.
It's one of those. God bless Mr. Hockey.
Yeah, he also left the game with a tick, so that would explain the rough and tough style of Mr. Hockey.
Yeah.
So into the shotgun goes Jacob Yursick. He'll take the snap, look to fire to the right side. This one is caught by Cassidy. Cassidy avoids one tackle, smothered by another, a gain of 4 yards by the Cowboys.
Yeah, really good open field tackle there. Trying to see the number. I think that might have been 14, Patrick Murphy. He was being Mr. Everything.
And I apologize, it was actually Tyler Clinton, number 4, not Mark Cassidy, number 7, on the reception for Medway. As Cassidy's on the near side, in fact, Yursick is trying to find him right now. Did he catch it off the turf? Or off the grass? One official saying he did, another saying he didn't.
Oh, he caught it, but his knee's down. So that's the call that they didn't make last time that they should have. He catches it. His knee's down right there. I don't understand why that referee doesn't make the call. The back judge is making that call. You can clearly see on this reception, boom, his knee is down.
But a great job by Cassidy to get open. And I know his knee was down, but great job to adjust to that ball and make the catch.
Yeah, really good job. Good throw, too. Good delivery by the quarterback.
First and 10. Yurcik ranges back in the pocket. It collapsed. He's going to throw this one deep. A man is open. He jumped up, but he couldn't come down with it. Once again, that's Tyler Clinton. Tyler Clinton was being guarded, though, this time by Mac Baker, of all people. And again, Yurcik is taking his shots down the field. I like that he's finding one-on-one coverage. His receiver's got to bring in one of these times for him, Ron.
Yeah, again,
just a bit of an early jump by Tyler Clinton there. I feel like if he waited for the ball there, he could have probably corralled that into the chest. Watch this on the replay. Kevin Kiermaier earlier today made an easy pop fly to center field look a little complicated because he jumped a little too early for it. And that time, I think Tyler Clinton, I should say, was just as guilty. Once again, to the aerial assault, go the Cowboys. This one is caught right at the Vikings 50-yard line, but it doesn't appear like Quentin Hurley can go anywhere with it.
I think he's going to get a gain of about 3 or 4. Yeah, they're only going to give him about a half-yard gain on this.
I thought he got at least 3 more yards than that.
Yeah, I did too. I don't understand the spot.
He's tackled at the 50. I guess they're trying to say that he tried to break off the tackle at the end there. Forward progress would have gave him another 4 yards there. Regardless, on third down, they're going to go for it. Deep, one-on-one coverage. Incomplete pass, but they're going to throw the flag. Pass interference with the intended target being Mark Cassidy.
Yeah, Blackson got there early here. Unfortunately, he's doing a good job in zone coverage. He's taking a shot downfield. He gets there early. He at the very end there, he kind of shooted him off. Then he got his head back. But at that point, he prevented them from from turning around and tracking back to the ball right there. That's the part where they're going to get pass interference. I think what we're seeing here as well, as we talked about it earlier, a lot of these kids have not played under lights. Okay, so tracking the ball is very, very different under the lights than it is. And at the end zone, the light standard is really, really low. So when you're looking back in that ball is coming right through the lights.
And I've said all of 3 names on this drive. Tyler Clinton, one of the intended targets. Matt Cassidy being the other. And Jacob Yurcik, the quarterback who's hucking it to them. That's pretty much how they developed this drive so far, Ron. Do they stick to the bread and butter here? Again, they're going to go to the air. And again, it's a quick throw. Once again, trying to find the target in Tyler Clinton. Incomplete pass. I apologize.
22?
Yeah, you're right. That was Van Hooydonk. We haven't said his name since the first quarter of play.
So again, he's just running that hook. As we can see them hurrying up. I don't know what the hurry is because you had an incomplete pass.
Into the pro set. One runs to the line. 2 options to the right side. He throws it over to the left. In and out of the hands of the intended target
85.
on this time. And that is Matt Cottle. Matt Cottle, the grade 12 product, incomplete.
So it falls incomplete. He's just trying to run that under route.
He's got to catch that, Ron.
You got to help your quarterback out. He's doing a good job delivering the ball, and he's under a lot of pressure.
Great defense by Zach Hepburn, regardless.
Chico!
But still, he's got to catch that ball.
Yep, Zach Chico Hepburn. His mom can thank me later for that nickname.
24 seconds remains in the opening half of play. 35 points is a differential. With the Cowboys trailing, they go deep into double coverage. This one could have been intercepted, but it's interference again. So for the second straight time on third down, the Cowboys go for it, and for the second straight time, defensive pass interference might give the Cowboys new life.
Well, it is, and it's the right call. He pushes them off at the very end. He guards them. He does not allow him to get the ball. This is a 15-yard penalty. This is pass interference in the Canadian game, in the clearest sense.
Now, the only thing that the Cowboys really have to worry about with this being their first real fluid drive of the game is they're running out of clock, Ron. 17 seconds left here in the second quarter.
You got another timeout though. Okay, 17 seconds is an eternity. You've got enough to run probably 2 plays with the timeout.
See, with a well-fluent offense, I'd agree with you, but with a team that's barely put up 3 points in the opening half, I don't know if they can be this cohesive in clock management. As it's snapped to Yurcik. Yurcik's going to fire a dart to the near side, skips off of the grass. Once again, Mark Cassidy in the intended target.
Yeah, again, it's just...
Clock's down to 13 seconds, Ron.
An eternity. You got 2 more plays with you in that. You're going to run step off screen one more time.
Well, we haven't seen a rush this entire drive, so I
you're
think
not
it's safe
going
to
to.
say what's going to happen
Yeah,
next.
you're not going to. I just for the record, this is purple defense for the Vikings.
Into the gun goes the quarterback and Jacob Yursick. Into the pro set, that is, with 2 options to the right side. He's going to have to get rid of this ball. He's hit as he threw. Incomplete, but I believe they're getting another UR for roughing the passer.
I believe this might be his. I believe this is at least his second,
3 year
his
out.
third,
3 year
number
out.
99. This is at least his second.
And if it is the third for Matt Bain, he'd be ejected from this game, correct, Ron?
Yeah, and then he would also miss the next one as well. That is at least his second, if not his third. But I don't think they're taking any chances. Yeah, he's coming out. Yeah.
Lucas's next game is right here at AB Lucas when they take on the Oak Ridge Secondary School, the Oaks, I believe they're called,
Yep.
next Thursday at 2 p.m.
Again, shout out to one of the Oak Ridge players, Caden Jow, who has been nominated for the Nissan Player of the Nissan Cup, which is the top grade 11.
I don't
grade
know
12
if
athletes.
Matt Bain is injected or
No, they
whether-
took him out.
or the coaching staff just said,
Yeah.
get out of there.
Yeah, they yelled at him and
So
said,
they
after
want
2,
him to
you're
cool
not-
down a little bit.
You're not coming back for a third.
They don't want to risk losing him next game, too.
Exactly.
Especially when you consider this game's already a little bit of out of hand and we're not at halftime yet. 8 seconds left on the clock. With 3 points on the evening, the Cowboys are looking to add to it. And might I add that if you tuned in earlier, it was a 49-0 victory for the Lucas Vikings over the Medway Cowboys in the TVSB, or TVDSB, I should say, Central Senior Boys, Junior, I should say, boys, Week 3 action. That's a mouthful, Ron.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
Medway's taking their last time out of the half here.
well, I believe they are actually a man shy. I saw running onto the field late Mark Cassidy, one of their main targets on this drive.
which is why you heard the coach screaming timeout over there. So
And you imagine this would benefit Lucas, no? Because it gives them another chance to sturdy their defense. They need 1, if not 2 big stops here, and they're out of halftime.
you've got at least one play. And how much time we got left?
8 seconds.
Yeah, you probably got 2, as long as you got to take 2 shots into the end zone. That's for sure. But
And you got to hope that the offensive line, which so far in this drive has protected Jacob Yursick, can hold true. Because we've seen time and time again throughout this game, in fact, on 2, if not 3 different occasions, the offensive line dam blew up, and as a result, Jacob Yursick almost got hurt.
well, he has gotten injured twice in this game. He's taken some shots in this game. I will say that 100%. So it's one of those things. You got to protect the players, but you got to let them go out and play, and it's that fine line.
After the
really gotta do.
timeout, physically hobbling back to the line as the Cowboys quarterback and Jacob Yursick. What a warrior moment this would be for the kid if he can will his team into the end zone here with less than 10 seconds remaining in the second quarter. 1 runs to the line, 2 options to the right side. In the pocket, he fires a dart, almost intercepted. Now that end zone, I would say, is dimly lit, and I don't know if that was the case because number 35 in his dark navy blue uniform went completely undetected, and George Sidoritis almost had an easy interception right here.
That ball hit him in the hands, and from where I am, I still didn't see him. Again, it's a really, really dim light down there, and it's very difficult to see.
3 seconds left, potentially the final play of the
17
opening half.
seconds was an eternity.
As the ball is snapped to the quarterback, throws it as he's hit, incomplete pass, and no flag on the field. And that concludes the first half of action here at AB Lucas. Man, oh man, you gotta feel for Jacob Yursick, who is physically hobbling off the field. He has tried to will his team on his shoulders. And I mean, there's not much more you can expect from your quarterback than what Jacob Yursick has given you.
No, he's really balled out. He's played a whale of a game. It's been a tough game for these kids. For Medway, let's give credit where credit is due. These guys are outmatched.
The game started with a 30-yard touchdown dash from Jamie Lane. Will Adam followed it up with a 74-yard punt return touchdown. Patrick Murphy got involved in the action and not only a 2-yard touchdown run, but then followed it up with an interception, only to follow that up with a 25-yard touchdown for his second major of the game. Then Medway finally got on the board thanks to a 35-yard field goal, only for it to be reciprocated by a 13-yard field goal by the Vikings. Then a 2-yard touchdown by Jason Hunth ends up restoring the 35-point lead as the Vikings head off to the halftime break up 38-3. For Ron Ferwerda, I am John Urban. For the rest of the Junior Mustangs crew, and for the Viking at midfield, we'll head off to the halftime break.
Look, it's cornhole.
Lucas here on your Friday evening. The temperatures dip below 10 degrees Celsius with a light breeze coming from the eastern direction. But, well, the Thames Valley District School Board Central Junior, or should you say Senior Boys football action is just heating up. It's currently a 38-3 football contest after just 2 quarters of action. The Vikings have gotten offense from Jamie Lane, Will Adam, Patrick Murphy twice over, as well as Jason Hunt and Spolstra's hit a field goal. Now the Vikings will get the ball to start this second half of play to try and add to their 35-point lead, and a healthy return continuing to rumble to the 40-yard line. My name's John Urban, again joined up in the play booth by the coach Ron Perwerda. And coach, simply put, if you're on the Medway coaching staff, what did you say to your boys at halftime, down by 35, knowing that there is still a lot of football left to be played?
Well, you got to do that exact thing. You got to explain to them that there's a lot of football to be played. You have to play with composure. You have to play with speed, and you have to play like it's 0-0. Listening to the Lucas guys at halftime, you'd swear that they were down 38-3.
That's an interesting notation. Now, once again, Medway won't play a single home game this year in 2019. Their next game, they're going to visit Parkside next Friday at 8 p.m. Parkside is also winless at 0-2, just like the Medway Cowboys are coming into this game in the Allen Division. They still have a shot technically at the division lead by the time the season is over, with 1-1 so Wilfrid Laurier leading division coming into this one. Now it is the Lucas Vikings on the offense. A pass to the near side is caught. A flag at the end of this one, but again, that looks like it was the kicker Sam Spolstra on the reception. But man, oh man, more so here in the senior game, to my surprise, than the junior game, although this one's going to get picked up. We've seen an awful lot of penalty flags.
What they were going to call was an illegal man downfield, but because that pass was thrown within 1 yard of line of scrimmage, it allows the lineman to go downfield.
As again, you are watching Junior Mustangs TV live on YouTube here on your Friday evening. If you joined us earlier, 49-0 was the victory for the Lucas Vikings junior squad in Week 3 action. And here's the senior team already up by 35 points here early in the third quarter of action. Lots of motion to the right side of the field. Matt Jakewith with a pump fake eventually throws it on a screen play to the near side. A flag at the end of this play, but going all the way is the receiver for the Lucas Vikings, Caleb Roberts. One man to beat into the end zone. Touchdown Vikings. Now there's a flag at this play, but I believe it's going against the Cowboys.
Yeah, you're gonna get a couple guys for I missed the number. It's gonna be an unnecessary roughness, late hit on the quarterback right there. And again, just a simple screen play takes it to the house, 80 about 60 yards, 65 yards on the screen reception.
Yes, it'll go down as a 67-yard TD catch. Look at the screen here set up by the Vikings, and that sprung Caleb Roberts loose, and the grade 12 product made no doubts about it down the near sidelines. So Caleb Roberts joins Lane, Adam, and Patrick Murphy, as well as Jason Hunt, who all have majors in this game. As not going into the hot Italian sandwich red zone in this game often are Lucas Vikings, doing the majority of the damage from long range, as my co-host does some damage to a cannoli from hot Italian sandwich.
For the record, it was a cream puff, and it was delicious.
Take us through that 67-yard gallop. He devoured the Cowboys defense just like he devoured that cream puff, Ron. In fact, I think it took him the same amount of time to go 67 yards as it took you to finish off that gigantic cream puff that you can only get at Mama's Hot Italian Kitchen.
That's a fantastic, you know what? If you're in the area, not only are the sandwiches phenomenal, the cream puffs are to die for. And they were so good I went in twice, to be honest.
Well, in one way, maybe a strike will be a good thing. I can finally lose some weight.
Well, yeah, again, you know, the Mama's Italian, they provide us with a great spread on this game here.
And we're seeing the hot Italian sandwich replay here of this 67-yard Caleb Roberts touchdown strike on the screen. Now, here's the interesting thing. We're talking about the hot Italian sandwich, and rightfully so, our mainstay sponsor for these broadcasts. But we got to talk about the holy cannoli play of the game. Earlier, it was a 74-yard punt return touchdown from Will Adam. And to be honest with you, I thought he bronzed his name on that holy cannoli moment. But recently, that 67-yard TD dash from Caleb Roberts with the the yards after the catch from Matt Jakewith was awfully impressive.
Yeah, it was really impressive, but I think we're going to stick with that, that punt return, because it really set the tone early for what we thought was going to come, but it really was kind of the defining moment in this game where, it's kind of like a grown man wearing socks with sandals. It's like, can you define the exact moment where you gave up? I think it might have been at that point.
I grabbed lunch today in socks and sandals, I'll admit that. And when I went out, I knew in my head, I was like, people are going to be judging me. And I did it anyway, Ron. So to your point, I've given up.
We're judging you to high heaven, John, just for the record. We are judging you.
On the return is Mark Cassidy, I apologize. And if it isn't Quentin Hurlick, it's Mark Cassidy on the kick return. Now, I beg your pardon, let's see on this replay here. As coming up the field is Cassidy. Cassidy right about here loses the ball. And as a result, I think the Vikings offense is going back onto the field. Maybe we could see that replay one more time from our producer, Mr. Melrose. Now, it was at the tail end of this play, and to be honest with you, I thought Cassidy had gone down. But watch right about here. Does the ball come loose?
The ball does come out. Lucas's offense is on the field. They've got the ball at the, I'm going to say about the 25-yard line, 25-yard line.
So, just like they're trying to wash away the Cowboys right now, trying to wash down that cream puff is Ron Forwerda.
Wow, I'm not going to nickname
So back into
later
the
on.
gun goes Jakewith. Jakewith with the handoff to the left side. This one is also loose, and it's the Cowboys' ball. Oh my God! The big boy's trying to rumble all the way down the field. It's Adam Boyd.
Whoa.
Will be tackled from behind fiercely by Jakewith.
Okay, number 4 is going to be kicked out of this game in a second here.
For the Vikings?
Yeah, because he absolutely clotheslined
And that's Chase
number
McNabb.
89. But this is coming back on a late hit on the quarterback originally. But, everyone's celebrating the ball on the 20-yard line. It's coming way, way back on a late hit on the quarterback.
And it's Jakewith of all people that ran down the field and hunted down Adam Boyd and tackled the would-be pick sixer.
Yeah, but this is,
Okay, deja vu all over again, though,
Yeah,
partner.
exactly.
Earlier in the junior game, Medway lost 49-0. They had at least 3 majors taken back, both special teams, offensively, and defensively, because of penalty flags. Now we're here in the second half of action, down by 42 points. The Cowboys senior team gets a massive play. It's coming back because of penalty yards.
Well, they're not calling the late hit. They're calling it a late unnecessary roughness on number 55. They got the 2 URs against number 4.
So Mason Parmley is going to be charged, and he's a grade 10 product on this senior team, might I add, Ron?
Yeah, he's a really good player, and again, wonderful kid.
And did I hear the officials say they want this ball all the way down on the 1 yard line, Ron?
Yeah. Because you had the URs, it's unnecessary roughness, and then you get the ejectional conduct on top of it.
So Adam Boyd almost had a pick 6, and maybe we'll give him a pick 6 with an asterisk because he's a yard shy of it.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, number 4 for Lucas, if he hasn't been, has got to be ejected out of this game.
Jacob Yursick with a chance for the first major in this game for the Cowboys. Snaps the ball, hands this one off, trying to get towards the end zone, spun around at the goal line. No indication for a touchdown as Quentin Hurlick is denied, and now more flags than a UN meeting, Ron.
Yeah, these guys have got to get composure. This is a heated game. these coaching staffs, I don't know what's going on, but there's been a little bit of talking back and forth between them. Kind of some stares back and forth. But this is coming back. This is going against Medway.
Wow.
And the down's going to count because it was after the play. So it's a 15-yarder after the play. So the down's going to count, and it's going to be second and goal from the 16-yard line.
I haven't used this analogy tonight, but I'm going to break it out right now. The Cowboys are Plexico Burrising themselves here with a chance to get their first major of the game.
They're not wearing track pants, though.
And hopefully they're not carrying an illegal handgun in the state of New York.
There you go. So
Cost him some federal time in a penitentiary after having an illustrious football career. Life can change so fast, Ron.
They've got a mismatch on the far side of the field. They've got 3 receivers, only 2 DBs.
That's right.
Now they slide.
That's right.
Over.
Sliding over, trips to the left side though. Yurcik gonna fire it over to the left side, through behind the intended target of Mark Cassidy. And to be honest with you, I've been praising Yurcik throughout this game. He had to hit the receiver in the numbers there.
So they actually said that it was while the play was going on because they didn't reset the down box. I thought it should have been second down on that play. That's only second down now.
As we get some
Oh,
substitute.
it is. They're marking it third down. So
I was going to say, I'm
down.
seeing Mike Elliott and Ryan Kane go out there. That would indicate that the field goal unit's coming out here.
Yeah, so again, you take your small victories or something.
Mark Cassidy has already hit a 35-yard field goal in this game. This would be from 22 yards out.
Late substitution for the Vikings.
As the snap and the hold is good, the kick goes through the uprights, and even with one man shy on the field, the Cowboys get 6 points on the board, and they can thank Mark Cassidy. A 35-yard field goal, and now a 32-yard field goal, as you see the replay right there.
Again, a good job kicking the ball. The field is soft. We've talked about that a number of times. We haven't seen footing really being a problem, but still, it's on the plant foot and stuff, Johnny. It is difficult, and they've elected to take the ball at the 35-yard line. First down, Lucas.
Always good to come away with some points.
Yeah.
As we seen in the earlier game, 49-0. A little salt in the wound for the junior Cowboys, leaving the A.B. Lucas grass today. Now, 2 straight field goals by Cassidy, but a little bit of an asterisk on this last one. They were at the 1-yard line, Ron, and yet they went backwards 15 yards.
Yeah, again, composure. These are 16 to 18-year-old young men, full of testosterone, and they're trying to establish themselves as good ball players and stuff. And again, you get emotional in a game like this. Again, we talked about it earlier in the junior game. Uncle Rico could throw a ball over a mountain and hit one school from the other.
That's right.
They're pretty close regional. This is a pretty heated rivalry between these schools, and we're really seeing that play out tonight.
So Will Adam on that last play, and I'm kind of surprised to see the starting quarterback, Mac Jakewitz, still in at the helm when you consider his team does have a 39-point lead here, Ron.
They got all their starters in still.
With 3:08 remaining in the third quarter of play, the undefeated Lucas Vikings are not messing around with the Cowboys this evening. Play action. Jakewitz firing it up the middle. In fact, more so just defending the pass that time rather than trying to receive it was Jamie Lane. But to be honest with you, I think a bit of a high IQ football play by Lane there, because if he doesn't try to fight back for that ball, coming away with an easy would-be interception would be Isaac Mercer.
Yeah, Mercer was in a great position. Lane does a good job of protecting against the interception, as we do see the punt team come out here.
And you mentioned it, 3rd down and 5, so, well, they're going to just bring out the punting unit. And from my understanding, is this not the first time we've seen the punting unit for the Lucas Vikings senior team here on your Friday evening? And they won't get tricky with it. They are just going to boot this one away. A beautiful punt by Spolstra on a one-hop collected by Cassidy.
Oh, it is Spolstra.
So Mark Cassidy, again, trying to make his way up the field in front of the faithful who've made, well, not only the trip to A.B. Lucas on your Friday evening, but what I love, Ron, is that the game is a little bit out of hand, 39-point differential. Nobody has motioned to the car of the parking lot yet. Everybody's here, and in fact, some food trucks have arrived. I see some ice cream, although I don't know if ice cream in 6-degree weather is really something that I like to partake in. 36-degree weather, absolutely. 6-degree weather, I don't know.
Well, they got slushies too, Johnny.
Okay,
so,
perfect.
That's part
Do
of it.
they have a soup truck is more what I'm in the mood for right now.
I could go for some
No
soup.
soup for you,
no
Ron.
soup. 1 week.
Back into the shotgun goes
Little
the quarterback.
Seinfeld reference there, kids.
Jacob Yersick will take the snap, hand this ball off. They're going to run it right up the gut here, Coach Florida. And as a result, the Cowboys are going to get about 5 or 6 yards to bring up second down.
Good inside run there by number 20 for the Cowboys. Again, just following the offensive line. This is really good. You got some rocket motion, show the inside zone play. Again, good stick there by the Viking defense, but a solid gain of about 5.5 yards on that.
Entering the final minute of play here in the third quarter. Again, it's a 45-6 lead for the host, Lucas Vikings. Jamie Lane, Will Adam, Patrick Murphy twice, as well as Spolstra, Jason Hoon, and I guess I could say Cassidy twice for the Medway Cowboys have led us to the score. Once again, having to put the iron cross around the ball, it was Quentin Herlick.
Yep.
And Herlick had to be careful there because he was put into the spin cycle, and it wasn't until he put that iron cross around the ball, it looked like it wasn't being protected well.
A couple kids that know each other well, that play with each other all summer long. Quentin Herlick, meet Isaiah Blackson right at the very end there. Again, two guys who have known each other and played together for a very, very long time.
And Blackson's helping out Zach Hepburn.
Yep. Yeah, again, Zach Chico Hepburn.
So it's a Junior Mustangs affair on that last play.
Well, there's a little bit of a Mustang feel to it.
2 weapons to the left side and 2 to the right for Jacob Yersick, but they're going to just hand this one off on a run. A very similar play to what was ran just a couple plays ago by Noah Coleman, and similar result, a gain of about 5 or 6 yards.
Yeah, again, really solid run. We're just written that Zorro play.
That concludes, by the way, the third quarter of action here. Ron from AB Lucas as we head into the fourth and final quarter of action, and I sort of, like a broken rec quarter, I'll just repeat myself as we said in the junior game. One team is really happy, probably hoping to get some secondary castmates to get their first taste of positive action in 2019. The other, warm up the bus. Let's get out of Dodge.
Yeah, and again, it's unfortunate that the score is being what it is on both of these games tonight. That being said, there is still hard-hitting, physical football action going on in there. They're going to move the sticks here in a second here. We're just getting things reset. We should have about a second and about 4 or 5 here.
Lucas, who is, again, 1 quarter away from improving to 3-0 in 2019, will host the Oak Ridge Secondary School next Thursday at 2 p.m. right here at AB Lucas. Jacob Yersick rolling back into the shotgun. A bit of an awkward pause in play here.
They've reset the downs box. They haven't moved the sticks. The sticks got to move up 10 yards.
Yeah, okay. Now I'm catching what you're throwing down here, Ron, as I looked at the chain gang, and I'm getting a little confused. As again, you're seeing on the screen, the chain gang is set up like they're already at a first down marker on second down.
Excuse me.
The chain gang is under the impression that Lucas's offense is onto the field when it's their defense, as this is a play action. Jacob Yersick, he's rolling out of the pocket. Yersick hobbling, gonna get the first down and more. Scampers out of bounds on his own accord. He's scampering, literally, folks, because he's been injured 2 different occasions in this game. I know he's down by 39 points, but I almost want to give this kid the player of the game with just his will and his heart.
Yeah, there a couple of years ago, Jay and I did a broadcast of the OFC Champ Day, and there was the quarterback from Niagara. They were outmatched by a really good Vaughan team. But this kid played with heart, dedication, and fire, almost willed his team back into it. This is a performance by number 8 that's very similar to me, from what I'm seeing out there.
He just needs some of his receivers to step it up, and Tyler Clinton or Mark Cassidy haul in one of these deep bombs, just like he's attempting here. He fires a dart to the near side, not being able to catch it off of the turf is the intended target in Mark Cassidy. Now, one thing I will note, though, when Yersick is trying to fire it to the left side on the near throws, a lot underthrown, a lot around the ankles. And yet, when he's trying to air it out deep, specifically to the right side, the receivers can't get to the ball in time.
I don't think he can step into, because of the ankle, I don't think he can step into that ball on that short throw as much as he wants to, especially to the left, because now that right foot becomes your push-off foot. And again, it's a lot more physical as we see Medway taking a timeout here.
With 10:26 remaining in the fourth quarter of play, down by 39, trying to help out their quarterback.
See, the other thing that we're seeing here, John, and to our fans as well, they're they're running the clock. It's a continuous clock at this point. So that's why the third quarter went by so fast in comparison to the first half. That's why we're probably only going to see about another 12 minutes of football action before the game is over. But again, at this point in the game, with the score being what it is, it's the right call.
No, I like the call because, I've been in football games on the losing side where the scoreboard read 118-6, and this is 45-6. And yet, to be honest with you, that competitive nature, that warrior spirit, it feels just as crummy either way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, like, if you lose by 1 or if you lose by 31. It really doesn't matter.
In fact, losing by 1 sometimes are the real heartbreakers that stick with you for a while.
Yep.
A little OPFL reference for you there, Coach Ferwerda, from this season. As here's a triple pitch play, and then Medway pitches it away. Vikings ball. Coming away with the biscuit after a bit of a poorly executed play. It's another AB, Alex Botsiesias.
Yeah, number 13, the big defensive lineman there. Again, we can just see it. Herlick was trying, I don't know who he's trying to, I think he's trying to pitch it back to number 7 there.
And yet, it's Alex Botsiesias right there jumping on top of it.
Yeah, again, just...
I don't know what... I mean, I don't mind a team...
nothing.
Yeah, but I don't mind a team trying to get tricky with it at any point of the game. I really don't, especially when you're down by 39. Hey, try and see what you can come out of the playbook with. But we saw a pitch play to nobody in the first half, and then a double reverse where the double side of the equation isn't there. Lucas's offense back onto the field. It's a sweep to the left side, a first down and more, a 15-yard gain on the jet sweep by the Vikings offense.
Yeah, again, just a jet sweep. As we see, Jock was still in that quarterback. And again, we see
a lot of the starters still out there.
A lot of the starters still out
Sam
there.
Spoelstra is the ball carrier on the sweep, the kicker / receiver / we'll say running back.
Yeah, well, here's something that we've seen Spoelstra come in. We haven't seen a lot of Patrick Murphy in the second half here, who really was the dominant player in the first half. As we kind of talked about, for the first quarter and a half, he was the guy.
Under 9 minutes remaining in this game, 45-6 for the Lucas Vikings. They sweep it this time to the near side. Once again, it's Sam Spoelstra, and once again, he's got a first down. Trying to tackle him and just get in his way this time is number 11 for the Cowboys, and Ben Hessels.
Yeah, Ben Hessels again, really good job by Jamie Lane downfield, blocking.
Thought I saw a bit of a hold on this play. Maybe you can take me through it too, Ron. No, maybe he released him just in time.
That was a clean block. Again, he got his hands extended. The Cowboy defender has turned himself. Okay, you can see it right here. He's not holding them. He's giving the running back or the ball carrier.
So they're gonna give a late hit penalty to Gavin Bellman.
Yeah, why not? But again, I'm kind of joking with the officials there. It was the right call. It was a late hit out of bounds. It was kind of piling on. It was right at the Vikings bench. You got to call those. The referees still have to keep control of this game.
They have to set a precedence for safety no matter what the scoreboard reads.
Exactly. So, again, the Vikings, as we see the motion again here.
Starting quarterback Matt Jakewood takes the snap, hands this ball off, darting towards the end zone. That is a mean, mighty machine-style football hit. And that's number 11 again, and Ben Hessel's back-to-back big hits. Jason Hunth looking for his second touchdown of the game, and his body pays a price. Ooh, right there.
That's a really, that's a textbook low tackle around the knees going. I wish he would have kept his head up a little bit more, but that's a solid tackle by the outside linebacker. I guess the safety, the two-back is what we would call it.
Second and goal for the Vikings in the hot Italian sandwich red zone yet again. Will they hand this one off to Jason Hunt for his second of the game? They hand it off to JH, and he's into the end zone. No indication. There it is. Touchdown, Vikings. His second touchdown of the game for Jason Hunt, with an H at the end and at the beginning.
Well, there's been an H in this game, kind of an oomph at the end of this game here, as we've now hit a 50-burger in this game as well. Pending the extra point, we're going to be 52-6. This has just been an overall dominant performance by, again, the Lucas Vikings. The speed and everything is one thing, but again, the size of the offensive and defensive lines, that's really been, for me, the story of the game. And if you can appreciate football, if you can appreciate good line play, kids, watch these Vikings play because they're dominant on both sides of the ball.
With 6:45 remaining in this football game, this is the Vikings team that put up 35 points in a win over Wilfrid Laurier, 35 points in a shutout victory over East Elgin last week. And now they put up 52 points with, like I said, over 8 minutes remaining in this one, or 6:45 I should say, in what is a healthy 46-point lead over the Medway Cowboys.
You know, again, to Medway's credit, they're still battling. You know, there's still fire in this team, and that speaks to the future of the program that they have. This is, again, a really young team. We talked about it. There's 20 grade 11 kids that are on this Medway roster as opposed to 12 for Lucas. And I'm telling you, of those 20 kids, there's at least 5 or 6 that are making significant contributions. From the defensive line to linebacker to wide receivers to running back.
Although, reading the box scores from their last 3 games, it does feel like the knot is loosening a bit, Coach. When you think in week 1, they had arguably their best performance in a 35-24 loss to East Elgin. They lost last week to the Banting Broncos 29-11. And now truly getting blown out here on your Friday evening by 46 points to a nationally ranked team, though, might I add, in the Lucas Vikings.
Let's give credit where credit is due. You know, there's not a lot of teams in the city or in the area or in the province that wouldn't be on the exact same end of the things here on a Friday night at homecoming at Lucas. This is one of the most dominant programs on the public side board. This in South has kind of been the measuring stick for years and years. On the Catholic board side, we've got STA and CCH. It's kind of, those 4 teams have kind of been the top 4 teams for the past decade.
And to your point, Ron, Lucas is roughly 550 away from improving to 3-0 here in 2019. They'll enjoy company with Saunders and South as the 3 undefeated teams left in the Thames Valley District School Board Central Senior Boys Football Division.
Yeah, you know, we talked about that potential South Lucas matchup in a few weeks here.
The battle all on the line.
Yeah, again, but I said earlier today how it was really a dominant performance by the offensive and defensive lines. That Saunders offensive line is absolutely monstrous, and they're in grade 11. Watch out for Saunders next year as well. Saying.
I think wisely, less because of injury and more so just because of where the clock and the scoreboard lies. The backup quarterback who we saw take action in the first half, Owen Schmidt, back at the helm for the Medway Cowboys.
And again, it looks like a different running back in there as well. I'm not really sure about that. So again, get to see Medway rotating a couple players in there, getting some exposure. We talked about that earlier today with the junior game with Lucas. Get some of those younger kids the exposure, get them the game reps that they need.
Yeah, Connor Crozier, a grade 11
now the
product.
Crusher.
Yeah, number 44 checks into the game. That's the first time we mentioned his name.
Well, he's actually been their middle linebacker all game, Connor. But again,
middle linebacker hasn't had much to say for themselves, though, right?
Well, yeah, but again, he's a grade 11 kid, and he's in their he's pass pro.
Owen Schmidt trying to go deep in and out of the hands. A would-be interception by the Vikings at their own 40-yard line. Sort of frustrated at himself, but hey, it's okay. That's Cole Harris, a grade 11 product.
Yeah, you know, again, shout out to Crozier. Ty Clinton's another kid, Harrison Kerr. These are all kids that played for me at the minor level. Again, really fantastic kids. Again, on the Lucas side, there's probably about 12 of them between the Mustangs and the Thunderbirds that I've coached at different points and at different times. Again, just really good programs, really good kids, and I'm glad to see them all up there. Again, they're still striving. They're still trying to get some playing in.
3rd and 10. The Cowboys going for it here, down by 46 points. 2 motion from the right to the left side of the field. The ball is snapped. Owen Schmidt throws it, slipping on the turf, though, as the intended target on the play.
Yeah.
And Tyler Clinton, it'll be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. You know, again, that we talked about, you know, the field being a little bit wet earlier. No one really had that traction problem. That's a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about. Now it's not only is this field wet, it's getting really, really dewy out there. So there is a little the field is moist, shall we say.
So with roughly 3 minutes remaining in this game, if you're the Cowboys, next up is the Parkside Collegiate Institute next Friday at 8 p.m. Parkside was 0-2 coming into this week's action, just like the Medway Cowboys. What do you take away from this game and try to apply against Parkside to get into the win column?
Well, what you got to do is you got to evaluate the film. You got to see what you did positively and see what you did negatively, and you got to make some adjustments. Okay, you have to be open to criticism from your coach, and you have to be open to adjustments. And as a coaching staff, you got to see what some of the things that you did well and improve on some of the things that you didn't.
Vikings, on the other hand, will improve to 3-0 as we get a snap with the backup quarterback in on the game. For the first time, it's Mac Baker handing the ball off.
Yeah, 15
Caleb
yards.
Roberts tackled in front of the bench, and then a late flag going against the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's number 11. It's going to be for late hit out of bounds again. I believe that's going to be his second unnecessary roughness call in this game.
So with 2:30 remaining in the game, though, Jake, with finally being able to take a rest on the bench, as it is Mac attack Baker at the pivot.
Yeah, again, Baker's in at quarterback. He's got lots of experience. He's played lots of reps in this game at the safety position. And again, what one of the things that Baker does better, does really well, is we saw Jacquez do it as well. He's not afraid to pull that ball and run the ball himself. It's more
very
of a
mobile quarterback.
Yeah, it's more of a strength for Mac than his passing game is. I know he's worked really hard in his passing game. He's more of that scrambling type of kind of quarterback.
The penalty yards puts him back into Mama's Hot Italian Kitchen red zone. Mac attack Baker with the handoff. Roberts splits off of one tackle, cuts back in, continues to rumble up
Fumble.
the field. Then the ball comes loose, and I believe the Cowboys have recovered.
Yeah.
Caleb Roberts tried to make one too many moves, lost the handle on the pigskin, and with just 1:27 remaining in the game, the Medway Cowboys finally get a break on defense.
Yeah, right there. I think I missed the number of who caused the fumble. I want to say it was number 54. I know it was number 17 for the Cowboys that recovered it.
I'll be honest with you. It looked from that angle, though, that Caleb Roberts was just trying to extend the ball as he was going down and lost the handle.
Yeah, it was hit from behind. Like I could see where it came out because the way it came out, and it was recovered in the end zone. A good yard back in the end zone too.
That's right. It gives them the real estate to come out to the 20-yard line with the ball recovered in the end zone. So the Cowboys offense goes back out there with just 45 seconds left in this game, down by 46 points. Owen Schmidt pitches the ball. It's a run to the right side. Lots of real estate to get the first down yardage. They do. It's a 15-yard gain. A flag earlier in the play.
You're going to get...
holding.
Well, I don't know if it's a hold or if it's more of a tackle. We talked about him a little bit. Crozier lead blocks out there. Kind of does a little spin around and grabs him and throws him to the ground. That's what we're going to get on that particular call.
Yeah, CC, Connor Crozier going to get caught with the infraction. And that's sort of the MO for the Medway Cowboys program as a whole. We saw on the junior side of things earlier today with their 49-0 loss, and now in a 52-6 drubbing. Penalties. They're almost looking in the mirror like they're their own worst enemy at times.
Yeah, a little bit, and it's unfortunate. Again, these are young kids, and a lot of these kids are used to being like the guys. Like you're good football players and stuff like that. But it's having composure. It's learning that. It's having that maturity that it sounds silly, but not a lot.
And
of
they're not going to run another
do.
play, or are they? The official says this is it.
Yep,
He blows
exactly
the flag,
it.
and that concludes the ball game. The Lucas Vikings prevail 52-6 here on your Friday evening. The Vikings technically go a perfect 2-0 in homecoming, with their junior team winning 49-0 earlier, and now a 46-point victory by their senior team. As the greatest line in all of sports will form at midfield, the Lucas Vikings improved to 3-0 in the 2019 season, joining Saunders and South as the only teams to share that undefeated mark left in the Thames Valley District School Board Central Senior Boys Football Division. And for guys like Mac Baker, Jamie Lane, and Isaiah Blackson, who won a WASA championship last year with the Vikings junior team, and they're also Junior Mustangs products, I might add, they look to continue their hunt for back-to-back championships from the junior to senior season. And for the Vikings, they prepare to take on the Oak Ridge Secondary School, the Oaks, I believe they're called, next Thursday at 2 p.m. right here on this grassy field. And to be honest with you, Ron Perwerda, an awfully tall task by the Oak Ridge Oaks next week, as they will take on a 3-0 hungry, fierce, and mean Lucas Vikings squad. And then it'll be arguably the marquee matchup of the season, as the Vikings will end their 5-game regular season with a game against who is still undefeated right now, 3-0 South Collegiate Institute.
Yeah, and again, we talked about some of the potential big matchup between South and Lucas. I'm also saying right now, do not sleep on those Oak Ridge Oaks, okay? Taylor Augersma, another former junior Mustang quarterback, is there. They've got some great weapons at the receiver positions, big defensive line. There's some really good players on that Oak Ridge team as well. Caden Jiao, I'm Brett Timback. Sorry, I was drawing a blank.
It's been a long night, partner.
It's
8 quarters of football here on Junior Mustangs TV.
Yeah, and again, thanks to DJ Wonderbread, Melrose, yourself, KJ Kennedy, Mr. Stoddard here doing the cameras, and again, Lucas High School for allowing us to broadcast this game as well.
The Medway Cowboys fall to 0-3 in the 2019 season after losing to East Elgin and Sir Frederick Banting. They now lose to AB Lucas and will try and get onto the winning side next week when they visit Parkside Collegiate Institute, who ironically both came in with the Cowboys 0-2 into the Allen Division in Week 3 competition. They still technically have a shot at the division lead, with 2-1 East Elgin currently leading the Allen Division. And again for the Cowboys, it's 0-3, looking for their first win. They've actually only produced 41 points of offense while giving up well over 100 points on the 2019 season. For the Lucas Vikings, they're now a perfect 3-0. And kind of sounded like a broken record, Ronnie. They joined South, the Lions, and they joined Saunders as the only teams in the Thames Valley District School Board Central Senior Division to still maintain a 3-0 record. And I don't know if you see, but man, oh man, fall is in full effect. The hot air coming off of all the athletes here today, and some hot air coming from both of us there, Ronnie.
Truly right here.
But man, as the temperature gets cooler, the high school football heats up, and we can't wait to bring more high school football action here on Junior Mustangs TV. And to sort of repeat Ron's sentiments, big shout outs to Mr. Melrose and Mr. Stoddard, our camera crew, doing an excellent job of getting all the angles for you throughout this game, as well as our technical producer, Adam Melrose, not only spinning the ones and twos with the AV equipment, but an overall great guy, might I add, as well. And of course, our CEO and our Presidente, KJ Kennedy at home. We wish you nothing but loves and prayers, and you get better soon. Oh yeah, my main man, Ron Perwerda, and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through not one, but 2 exciting football contests. 49-0 for the Vikings junior team, 52-6 for their senior team over the Medway Cowboys. I'm John Urban. Have an incredible Friday evening and weekend from everybody here at Junior Mustangs TV.